Good morning and welcome, everyone. This is the 26th Planning and Housing Committee meeting. We're going to get this underway. I would like to first acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. I'll ask the clerk to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Curry. Here. Councillor Dudas.
Here.
Councillor Johnson. Here. Councillor Kavanaugh. Present. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts. Here. Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Here.
Councillor Troster. Here. Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Kelly. I wanted to recognize this morning that this is Charmaine Forgey's last Planning and Housing Committee meeting. Where is Charmaine? Oh, there she is. Charmaine, it is your last Planning and Housing Committee. You served the city of Ottawa for over 30 years. Many of us who sit on council have had the opportunity and the pleasure to work with you on countless stakeholder engagements, legislative reports, and I've underlined this one, searching out answers for residents. I cannot even imagine your inbox, not to mention the questions from those of us sitting around this table. Over her tenure as the PRED BTSS manager since 2016, Charmaine's team has facilitated 1,600 stakeholder events. This dedication to public engagement is exemplified by the 157 formal engagements that were held on the new official plan. Charmaine committed to reaching 11 traditionally underrepresented equity and inclusion groups in the consultation process, which resulted in, get this, 142,296 engagement interactions with residents, a massive feat. Just over 2,500 planning, real estate, and economic development led reports have flowed through Charmaine's team since 2016, many of which obviously have been tabled here at PHC. Other major projects that Charmaine has led supported were Lansdowne 2.0, Bill 109, the community benefits charges, new zoning bylaw, creation for employee engagement survey, the TMP Part 1, the DC bylaw update, Indigenous relations and engagement, and the Rural Summit. And then there's all the major files she dealt with. Charmaine, you're going to be missed by our residents. You'll be missed by your colleagues in city staff, and you're going to be missed by us as city council. Thank you so much for your service and the best of everything with your retirement. Thank you. So this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 5.1 to 5.5 and 5.8 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on April the 3rd, 2024, please email or call the committee or councillor coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest today? None were filed. Nope. Are the minutes of our meeting 23, Wednesday, February 28th, 24, sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. There is a declaration of interest. Councillor Johnson.
I, Councillor Lane Johnson, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following items on the Planning and Housing Committee agenda of March 27th, 2024. 5.3 zoning bylaw amendment 112 and 134 Nelson Street, as my spouse has a financial relationship with the owners of the properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. So are the minutes of our meeting 23 Wednesday, February 28th, 2024 confirmed? Thank you. We have responses to inquiries on the agenda with respect to national and provincial building code harmonization. We have the various development review applications. If I can get the permission of committee, Ray Sullivan is here with us. He has a limited time in which to participate in today's meeting. I'm going to ask the committee if we can move the Pomeroy report up to the top of the agenda so Steve can, Ray can participate in that. Great. Okay, thank you. So 1274 Mary Grove Circle, item 5.1. There are no delegations on this one. The applicant and owner are here to delegate if necessary. Did any members want to see this one held? To Vince Catali and Sasha Patsukovich, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Online?
Sure, if necessary, I'm happy to speak on behalf of the client.
If necessary. Okay, thank you. So members, is that item carried? Thank you. With respect to 1806 Scott Street, we'll have a presentation on that one. We have a resident who's making a delegation on the item, so we'll hold that. On the item for 112 and 134 Nelson Street, we'll just wait for Councillor Johnson to no longer be at the table. There are no public delegations who want to speak to this item today. We can have a presentation if members feel the need to hold this one. I don't see anyone asking to hold it. To the applicants, Thomas and Lisa, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Thank you. So members, is this item carried? Did Lane try to sway anyone's vote? Significant looks. Thank you. The item on 617 Bank Street, we have a public delegation. And we're going to have a presentation from staff as well. For the item on 5210 and 5220 Innis Road, we don't have any public delegations signed up to speak. We didn't receive any correspondence. Did members wish to receive a presentation from staff on this one? No. To Foten and James Bickett Diamond, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Thank you. Is this item carried? Thank you, members. There is the item on the 2023 Building Code Act. We have a presentation on that. Thank you very much for joining us, John Buck, our Chief Building Official. We'll hold that item. The City of Ottawa's Housing Accelerator Fund, we have a presentation on that, so we'll be holding that item. On the Development Review Legacy File Official Plan Amendments, we're going to hold that one. A couple of the items, there are delegations, I believe, who wish to speak to one of the items that's within that sort of omnibus. And there is, I believe, a presentation that we'll be getting from staff, so we'll hold that one. And then there is the loss of affordable rental housing. There's an additional item. Councillor Troster has a motion to waive demolition control for a property at 10 Empress Avenue North. I don't know if any staff are waiting for that one to be cleared, but do you want to present that now? Thanks.
Thank you very much. This is just waiver of demolition control for the Dalhousie Co-op because they are redeveloping their property. That the rules of procedure be suspended to consider the following motion to enable the necessary site preparation and soil testing to facilitate the construction of affordable housing. So rules suspended. We're good. Okay.
Yeah, suspension. Carried.
Okay. Whereas the buildings on the parcel of land known as 10 Empress Avenue North are owned by Dell Housing Nonprofit Housing Cooperative, the owner. And whereas the building located at 10 Empress Avenue North is currently vacant and subject to site plan control and building permit processes. And whereas the site is subject to a demolition control application in the event the owner applies to demolish the buildings before obtaining site plan control approval and issuance of a building permit. And whereas the owner will apply for a zoning bylaw amendment to construct a low-rise apartment building containing affordable dwelling units. And whereas the owner is to conduct further soil testing to satisfy Ministry of Environment requirements and removal of the dwelling will facilitate this. Therefore, be resolved that council waive demolition control approval and allow the owner to proceed directly to demolition of 10 Empress Avenue North via a demolition permit.
Do members have any questions? Is that item carried? Carried. Thank you very much,
Just
members.
to be clear, they've already moved out all the tenants into another property and they're redeveloping, which is great.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move back to the front of the agenda and thank you very much to committee for the permission to move the loss of affordable housing report to the front of that. So I believe how are we doing that one? That's just going straight to a presentation by who's making the presentation? The initial presentation? Ray and Mike. And Steve. They were listed as individual delegations. I was thinking, no, someone's got to be like, someone's got to start. Winter cycling seasons. I regret it. It was cold. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. If you want to introduce yourself and launch into your presentation, we are in your hands.
Good morning, everyone. I've been told by Ray to introduce everyone. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning about the loss of affordable rental housing. With me is Ray Sullivan, Executive Director of the Canadian Housing Renewal Association, and Steve Pomeroy, a professor with McMaster and Carleton and a board member of the Ottawa Community Land Trust. My name is Mike with the Land Trust. I'm going to turn it to Ray to open the presentation, followed by Steve, and I'll offer some closing remarks. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. We're here to present some research related to housing and to focus on the dynamic of the loss of affordable rental housing, particularly in the private market, but also one of the solutions that helps us protect that stock, but also increase the supply of community housing. So I'm Ray Sullivan. If we can go to the next slide, please. I'm Ray Sullivan. I am the lucky person who gets to be the Executive Director of the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association. We are the national association that represents community housing, and the core of our members are public, nonprofit, and co-op housing providers, but also municipalities, including the City of Ottawa. And I'm very proud to say that the City of Ottawa shows its continued leadership by being a member and being plugged in. And I love talking to municipal governments about housing, sometimes different from federal and provincial governments, because municipal governments get it. You know, you are the level of government where the rubber hits the road, and you see the impact that it's having in our communities. So some of the context, as you well know, there has been a building housing crisis for 30 to 40 years. You know, decisions by past and current governments that have contributed to this, and it is a structural issue that is causing great harm in our communities. You might have also seen, as I did, the headline in the newspaper this morning that a senior official at the Bank of Canada was saying it is time to pull the alarm on productivity in Canada. So Canada's economic productivity has been lagging our peer countries and continuing to decline year after year. And that's important because productivity per capita GDP speaks directly to our standard of living and our quality of life as Canadians. Next slide, please. There is a growing consensus that one of the solutions to these problems is to double the supply of community housing across the country and in all of our communities. And, you know, it's not just CHRA saying this. You know, the Scotiabank came out with a report just over a year ago saying exactly the same thing. The National Housing Accord. The slide is so high. I have to look way up there. It's not good for my bifocals. The National Housing Accord, which is a partnership of for-profit, private industry, developers and property owners, and nonprofit and academic voices, came out with exactly the same recommendation just a few months ago. Next slide, please. And why? Because we're falling behind. So Canada's supply of community housing is about half of the OECD average, about 4.5 to 3.5% across the country. This didn't used to be the case. If you go back to the late 80s and early 1990s, we were at least at par with the OECD average at 7 or 8%. And we've been falling behind. Next slide. The case is the same in Ontario. Fortunately, in Ontario, our supply of community housing is a tiny bit higher than it is at the national average. And in Ottawa, it's about 5.5% of total housing stock. That's small. And I'm worried that it's a shrinking proportion as well. If you go back to those years when the supply was higher, in the 1970s, in the 1980s, there were federal and provincial programs that helped municipalities, nonprofits, and co-ops to purchase existing market rental housing, stabilize those rents, protect those tenancies. You know, if you look at the stock of CCOC, where I used to work, of Ottawa Community Housing and the former City Living, a lot of those properties were purchased in that area from the broader rental market. Next slide. So I wanted to link those two contexts that I mentioned before, the housing crisis and our lagging productivity in the Canadian economy. But I'm not smart enough to do that myself, so I had to hire some really smart economists to do that. So we engaged the economists at Deloitte Canada, and we asked them the question, what is the relationship between the supply of community housing and economic productivity? Next slide. And when they came back with their preliminary results, they said, you know, there's like a if we were to just increase to the OECD average, just to 7% of market share for community housing, it would improve productivity by 5.7 to 9.3%. And I'm not a smart economist. So I asked them, like, is that a lot? They were like, that's huge. You know, we look at the declining productivity, being able to reverse that with that amount from a single sector of the economy is a significant impact. And the impact to the economy in terms of the improved efficiency is between $67 and $136 billion every year for maintaining that level of community housing. Next slide. And this isn't the economic impact from construction. This is an impact from the improvement to the economy, the improvement to the efficiency of the economy by having a greater supply of community housing. And I think it's really important, as an aside, that we measure the supply of community housing not in terms of the number of units, but in the percentage of units. You know, there's a broad consensus that we need to increase the supply of housing across the board, and we need to make sure that we're not losing the share that is community housing. So as I said, again, in Ottawa, it's about 5% of housing stock that is community housing. The city of Ottawa has a goal of 500 units per year. That's actually just holding the line. If you look at the overall housing starts of 7,000 to 8,000 per year. So failing to meet that 500 units per year means we're actually losing market share in terms of community housing. And I don't think anyone would agree that we want less of a proportion of community housing in the economy. Next slide. So one of the ways that we do this certainly is by new construction, and we need to increase the new supply of community housing. But the other way that we can do it is through the acquisition of existing housing, the way that it's been done in past ways to accelerate that market share. It is cheaper, it is less risky. At the federal level, we've been working very hard with partners to create the Canadian Housing Acquisition Fund. So a new national nonprofit that will take advantage of private capital impact investment and government investment to help nonprofits and municipalities purchase existing rental housing, protect those tenancies, and stabilize those rents. We know that we can boost productivity. We know that we can stabilize and reverse the housing crisis by increasing the supply of community housing. And we're going to present one of the options to you for doing that today. Thanks.
On, if we can get the next set of slides up. So I'm Steve Pomeroy. I'm a long-time housing policy researcher and associated both with Carleton and McMaster University. And I'm going to sort of briefly cover some of the research we did last year, looking at the issue of next slide, please. The issue of the erosion of the existing privately owned rental stock. Next slide. One of the, as Ray is implied, and as you all know, there is a strong fixation on the issue of supply. We've heard the Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland, talk about supply as the solution to our housing crisis. I think that overlooks the fact that while we may be adding supply, and certainly in Ottawa, we for 20 years, from the mid-90s to 2016, we built less than 400 rental units a year. We've quadrupled or 5 times that amount to almost 2,000 average in the last 5 years, and pushing almost close to 3,000 units in the last couple of years of rental housing. But those new rental units that are coming on the market at 148% of the average market rent. So yes, we're getting supply, but we're not getting affordability. The affordable stock is the stuff we built in the 60s, the 70s, the older stuff. And so it's much more cost effective if we can figure out how to preserve that existing stock. Next slide. In the report, which was initially a national report, I'm just giving you the sort of the Ottawa slice. We basically took census data from 2011, 16, 21. How many units were there that were under 750? How many were under 1,000? And I did move to the 1,000 one because when I had done this initially in 2000, using 2016 data, we focused on under 750. When I looked at 2016 to 2021, things got much better. We weren't losing as much. That's because there wasn't much left to lose. So we basically raised the bar to the 1,000 level, and it's just convenient. Those are the boundaries the stats can use this for rent ranges. But 750 is very close to minimum wage, $15 an hour, 30,000 a year, $750 at 30% of income, and then 1,000 just slightly above that. And when we talk about loss, what we're talking about is the change between census period and the number of units in each of those rent ranges. So it's not absolute loss in all cases. Some cases it is. We demolish buildings and those units are absolutely lost. Most of it, the units still exist, but they exist at higher rents. And so that they've moved out of the affordable range. We don't know, breaking that down, what proportion of those higher rents are things that are due to evictions, renovictions, those types of things, versus just natural turnover. And I think most of it probably is more likely to be natural turnover. So next slide just shows us a glimpse of the loss that we've seen over the decade. The orange is the number of units between 750 and 1,000, and those under 750 are the blue. So we haven't lost as much of the under 750, huge amount of the stuff under 1,000. And just by comparison, for Gatineau, which we all know is a relatively more affordable market, there when the units have moved out of the under 750 range, they've jumped up into the next range and they're still there in the 750 to 1,000. So actually we see a positive growth on the Gatineau side in that 750 to 1,000. In Ottawa, we've continued. They jumped right over the 1,000 and they're up above that now and much less affordable. So that we're losing those at a very significant rate. And this, if we look then at the next slide, where we compare how many units are we losing to what are we actually adding. And this is using data from CMHC on the completed number of units built under the various federal, provincial affordable housing programs. This includes Action Ottawa and the Ottawa case. Over that decade, almost 1,000 units were completed. If we compare that to the number that we lost, we're losing 31 units for every new one we build. So, and it costs a lot to build new. If we're not looking over our shoulder, we're basically undoing all of our good work in terms of the investment. Next slide. And this is basically just a comparison of the cost of building new and how much capital grant you need to build a new unit. And the rent that's looking sort of across the spectrum from deeply affordable through to intermediate market rent. And I've kind of highlighted there the below 80% of average market rent, which is generally the benchmark that the city is using. And it's $200,000 a unit less to acquire existing properties than it is to build new. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't build new, but if we can actually find properties that we can acquire, we can actually stretch our budget further and achieve the same objective of getting to the same rent levels with much less expenditure. And so most municipalities to date and provincial and federal programs have focused exclusively on building new. In fact, the National Housing Strategy doesn't have a single program that supports acquisition. And that's why we've been actively lobbying the federal government to actually create an acquisition funding stream within the National Housing Strategy, as Ray suggested, and we're relatively hopeful that we'll see something in the budget later on in April on that. Last slide. So the question then is, okay, this is all great research, great data. So what? What are we going to do about it? And I think there are a number of things we can do. One is to assist nonprofits to buy, because nonprofits don't have a lot of cash in their pockets. If you're buying an existing property, we can borrow against the rent revenues that are being generated from that property. That still leaves a gap of roughly 30-35% of the cost at sort of your 80% of average market rent level. I'm on the board of the Ottawa Community Land Trust. We bought a property that's only 60% of the average market rent. So we needed deeper capital, and we were very appreciative to Councillor Lipa for helping us with filling that gap. The other is to provide rental assistance, rental allowances, housing allowances to folks so they can actually afford the housing they're already living in. Because if we can help somebody stay where they already are, one of the key issues, the reasons we're seeing these big increases in rents is vacancy decontrol. And someone's in a unit for 8-10 years, the rent's $900, they move out, the rent, the land in the market's pressures there because of strong population growth, and the rent now could be $1,800, boom, $900 increase. If that person stays in that unit, we preserve their affordability, and we don't create this cascading effect of higher rents across the system. So it can be an effective thing. Some folks will say if we give people housing allowances, we're just putting money in the pockets of landlords and inflating rents. Rents are going up anyway. I don't think we should penalize poor people for the way the market works. So we should be looking at that particular approach. We're not seeing a lot of, we haven't got a lot of data, and I'd be interested in talking to your planning folks on some of the demolition data. I don't think we're losing an awful lot of the older rental stock to redevelopment, but I think to protect it, we should consider bringing in a rental replacement bylaw, as a number of municipalities have done. Bill 23 did threaten to remove that provision, which is being used in Toronto and a couple of the municipalities, but they haven't enacted that. And I think a case can be made to the province that it would be stupid to bring in prohibit rental replacement bylaws when in fact this is exactly what we need to preserve that existing stock. And finally, a tough political one for the politicians that control this, which would be the province, reviewing rent regulation. Vacancy decontrol is the cause of this problem. And if we've got financialization, purchases of assets, all facilitated by massive growth in rents. Rents go up massively because vacancy decontrol lets them. I'm not saying we should not have any increases, but we should, in the same way that we provide a cap on how much rents can go up for sitting tenants, maybe there should be a limit on how much rents can go up on vacancies, because we're seeing 14, 16, 18% increases on turnover. And that's just untenable for new tenants trying to find that particular unit. It's a tough job advocating to the province to do that. I don't think they'll have very many sympathetic ears. But at the end of the day, renters are a third of the population. That's a big constituency to mount a campaign to actually get rent change in this country. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. And just a few last thoughts. I think specifically focusing around this idea of preservation and acquisition. I think this council in particular has already moved the dial by launching a number of new initiatives and programs in the time that you've been in council. And I think, one really big remaining piece to kind of address is that trend that Steve and Ray have spoken about, and that is the loss of rental housing. And really one of the concrete ways to step in to intervene in that is to provide funding to help preserve and acquire some of these so that they can be retained under community hands as affordable in perpetuity. And I think we've heard about some of the benefits of doing that. We know it's a cost-effective approach to growing the stock of community housing, which we heard has an economic value. It's fast. I think by preserving affordable housing, including housing that is tenanted, we are minimizing the fear of displacement. And I think sometimes the comment that we hear is, but we're not adding new units because those folks already have housing. But that preventing that fear of displacement is significant, and those units do turn over. We bought a 6-unit apartment building, and already one of those units has turned over. We've drawn somebody from the centralized wait list to fill that. So we are adding new stock in that sense as well. We know that we're retaining neighborhoods for everyone with a mix of housing options. I think there is this spillover effect, nonprofits and co-ops that can acquire and build these assets into their balance sheet, have greater flexibility for renewal and the development of new supply. Predictability, I think, is really key. When a seller has an interest in selling to an organization like a land trust or a nonprofit or co-op, if they know that the municipal government or other governments are a partner, I think that assures them that a sale can close, and that's really valuable. I just want to return for a moment to this notion of preservation as a cost-effective approach also for governments. I don't think that, folks are necessarily looking for funds for an entire acquisition price. We know that a combination of debt and equity are required to acquire properties while maintaining affordable rents and keeping the buildings in good repair. Now, in some cases where the rents are high enough, impact investment, private impact investment can be enough to bridge the equity gap, right? If you're only paying interest on a loan, we can make that work. But in many cases, because of lower rents, and that's really what we're talking about, the property's cash flow is insufficient to cover the interest associated with that. And that's where grants are required. Grant funding can fill that gap between what a nonprofit like our land trust or other nonprofits can pay for a property and what the market asks. So what we're really looking for here is, public funding that buys deeper affordability. It's targeted funding for deeper affordability. We have lots that we can learn from the City of Toronto's MIRA program, the province of BC's Rental Protection Fund. For sure, it's a different scale, 500 million buying 2,000 units, but they worked out a process that I think we can learn from. The City of Hamilton has made acquisitions one of their core pillars as they develop their housing roadmap. Just last week, the Regional Council in the Regional Municipality of Waterloo mandated or directed staff to flesh out an acquisition policy for the region of Waterloo. We know there's lots of tools that we can draw from, and I think it's time, it's part of our 10-year plan to add this into our housing policy and program toolkit in Ottawa. I think the sector is here to work with you, draw on our learnings and insight, but we would really love for the city to be a partner with an acquisition preservation framework moving towards funding as well. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's useful for us to receive these kinds of statistics from the sector from time to time. I think I'm hearing my headphones. So what I'm going to propose to do, just for members' information, we have 4 public delegations who have signed up to speak to this item. But what I'd like to do is give members the opportunity to pose questions of Steve, Mike, and Ray now, and then we can move on to the public delegations portion, if that's okay. So the first hand up is that of Councillor Chosters.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to all 3 of you for coming. As you know, I'm a big supporter of housing acquisition. It's an issue I door knocked on, and that was an issue that really resonated with people when the loss was 7-1. When I heard the loss was 31-1, that was a punch in the gut, and it's certainly what we're seeing in Centertown. I agree with you. If anyone from the province is listening, we need vacancy control. Vacancy decontrol is the #1 issue here. But it's also the leading reason for renovictions, particularly in my ward, but all over the city. And just to let you know, the profile of the kind of person that we're seeing frequently renovicted are seniors, very often senior women who have been tenants for a very long time in a particular apartment. And then they're getting N13 notices for really absurd reasons. And there's no checks and balances in place to ensure that the landlord is actually intending to do a renovation that really justified making the tenant move out of the apartment. So I know that Councillor Plante has something coming in terms of a notice of motion on acquisition. So I'll leave that to her. I'm just wondering if you have had any opportunity to take a look at the recent suite of housing loss prevention initiatives in Hamilton, specifically their relatively new renoviction bylaw. And if you have any feedback on how that might help mitigate housing loss in Ottawa. The reason I ask is because, the province has created a huge problem and we need to push up the chain for vacancy control. But in the meantime, I think we're struggling to find what the tools could be that we could create as a municipality to help.
Speak briefly to that. I've been assisting the City of Hamilton in developing their housing sustainable investment roadmap, and so they've mapped out a number of strategies, including the one that you've referenced, as well as we're now working on a specific acquisition framework for Hamilton as well, so they can facilitate and work. The Hamilton Community Foundation is actively involved in investing in some of these acquisitions, and it's sort of trying to figure out what's the last piece of the puzzle that the city could contribute to. The policy is very new, so how it's going to work remains to be seen. So it's sort of testing the waters to some extent.
And just so folks know, the basis of the Hamilton renoviction bylaw is that landlords who want to renovict a tenant have to apply first for a permit that they have to pay for, that proves that the extent of the renovations that they're doing would actually justify removing the tenant from that home. So just so folks know, I am working on a notice of motion to bring it next planning because there's so many city departments involved with this process. But I think we've landed on a place where staff are happy to ask the city to take a close look at what Hamilton was able to do and see how we might be able to replicate something similar here. So thank you so much. So I'm also really happy to hear that you're working on a national acquisition fund. When I worked at Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I mean, had been pushing for years for funding for national acquisition fund. So do you have any good news about partnership with the feds on this? Like, do you have any insight into what we might see in the next budget? I imagine you don't.
I think there is a good chance that there will be an announcement in the next couple of weeks from the federal government. I'm optimistic that this is the case, which means that this is a good opportunity for other orders of government to stack on top of those kinds of investments. And we're going to see, and Mike mentioned the MURA program in the City of Toronto and the Rental Protection Fund in British Columbia. In the national context, those jurisdictions that have those funds in place will be able to take greater advantage of any kind of federal investment. So this is a good time for the City of Ottawa to consider how it can contribute, and you'll get, 3 times as much out of your investment if there's other orders of government kicking in as well.
Thank you so much. And I'll just say that as someone who's done a lot of work with newcomers, some of the original the way that CCOC housing got started was through acquisitions. And I was able to help place a newcomer family in a beautiful triplex in downtown Ottawa that they're paying only $1,600 a month for a 3.5-bedroom apartment. And this is 2 newcomers who are both working full time, and they're able to live and work in walking distance from their home. And in terms of economic prosperity, I mean, it's been of enormous benefit to them and to our community. And so I keep saying that, housing acquisition can help preserve that middle stock. So it's not a subsidized $300 apartment, but it's also not a $3,000 apartment. It's that middle level that I look at rental listings all the time, and I'm not seeing anything lower than $2,000 anymore. So anyway, thank you very much. I really appreciate your work. It's 31-1 is such a shocking number, and we have to stop the bleeding somehow. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. So when we talk a lot about this 31-1, can you actually break that down for me? What does that mean, 31-1, and what is the pricing that entails?
So that refers to the slide I had there, where we over that decade, we actually created 978 new affordable units under the various affordable housing programs. And we compare that to the number, almost 30,000, 31,000 units that were lost, divide 900 divide 1,000 into 31,000. It's easier math, and you get 31. And so it's the reduction in the number of units under 1,000 compared to the number that we've added.
You guys are about to launch the community bond program and raising some capital for the Ottawa Community Land Trust. Can you describe this program and the objectives behind it?
Yeah, sure. So I think, as I mentioned, I think there's multiple forms of capital that can contribute to the preservation or acquisition of affordable housing. We know that impact investors want to participate in this space. I think, there are a lot of folks who are looking for a small return, but I think in addition to that kind of economic return, would be content to know that they're contributing to some kind of a community benefit. So we're launching a community bond program called Housing Forever Bonds, inviting folks in the community to make investments over a particular term. It's much like a GIC, between 3 and 7 years, earning up to 4.5%, but allowing us to kind of begin to capitalize a fund that we would have available so that we can respond quickly if a particular opportunity arises. We have that capital, and that capital for us would be not only low interest, but likely interest only. And so as I mentioned, for some properties, servicing a debt simply with interest may be sufficient for us to make the financing work. In others, I think we need to layer on other pieces. So what we're trying to do, I think, is build a toolkit, and the community bond is a part of that. And the community bond, I think, also represents, the community coming together. Perhaps, none of us as individuals or organizations can solve this alone, but we're trying to layer in different pieces.
Thank you. Especially in the area of Vanier in my ward, I have a lot of these 3-story walk-ups that have been in the same family for 50 years and has this sort of affordable housing in it. And they're now getting sold. The children have moved away and they live in Toronto, Vancouver. And so I hear all the time about people who've been living there 15 plus years. And now their rents are doubling or tripling as they get sold to some larger property managers. So what do you think the merits would be if the City of Ottawa would have an acquisition fund? It could accept federal funding for the program. What do you think the benefit of that would be?
I mean, one of the interesting things with the property we actually bought on Kirkwood was being sold by a family interest, and it just turned out that many of the tenants were actually relatives of the family, and they were very, very happy to see the land trust come along and make an offer, because they felt that their friends and relatives would be protected. And so I think if we can educate the sector about the land trust and what we're trying to do, and encourage existing property owners, rather than listing it with a realtor, to basically do a private sale to the foundation, the land trust, and that would sort of bypass that piece and make sure we get to it in a sort of a less competitive way, if they're inclined to want to sort of they've been mom and pop landlords, they've known those tenants for years, and they do have a sympathy for protecting them. So I think there's an opportunity there for us to do that. So having the fund in place would allow us to do that.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, every time a rental property changes hands in the private market, those tenancies are at risk. It's 1 month after the property is sold that suddenly a letter appears saying, oh, my daughter wants to move into that apartment, so you need to vacate. And then 2 months later, it's listed at double the rent, on Kijiji or wherever. I was meeting earlier this week with a large national real estate company that specializes in multifamily commercial properties. The acquisition price per unit was about 50 to 60% of what it would take to build those apartments new. And all of the listings included a little note on the upside. So the upside means how much you can increase your rental revenue by turning those apartments over. And there are some socially responsible property owners and landlords who might buy those properties, but there are some others, who might be looking to rapidly increase the value of their asset by quickly evicting grandma who's lived there for 25 years so that they can double the rent on turnover. So every time a property changes hands, those tenancies are at risk. And that's the security that we need to provide by changing those properties over to nonprofit and co-op ownership.
And that's why the vacancy decontrol piece is so important, because what's happening is that the vendors of those properties are valuing the property based on the potential rent if you did that 80% uplift. And then that makes it very difficult for us to buy it, because they've massively overpriced the property. If we were able to suppress the asking price by not having the vacancy decontrol piece in there, it would be much more affordable for us to acquire those properties.
Yeah, and my final question, and this may seem obvious, but I would like to hear you articulate it, is why is it important in this context to have these kind of mixed developments where we have renters and owners, and some are affordable, some are maybe new and more expensive? Why is that important to a community, to have that sort of makeup in a community?
Well, I think, if we look at the existing stock, when you buy a property, the people that are in it are the people that are in it. And they're from all walks of life, of all incomes. So there is a natural mix that occurs. And so we're not trying to force income mix. We just acquire an income mixed property. And some of the rents are high. I mean, the property we bought, one of the rents is 1,400, one of the rents is 600. And so there's a real mix in this. So I think it does help to preserve that mix that's already in the community.
I just add one point, and that is, I think even when we talk about renting units at 1,000 or less, I think in this market, some folks are like 1,000 is just completely unrealistic. But if we look at folks who are, even working full time but earning minimum wage salaries, and we hold to this idea that we shouldn't spend more than 30% of our revenue on our housing, that is all you can afford. And so I think what we're talking about is just ensuring neighborhoods that have housing for the folks that are working at our stores, that are teaching at our schools. It's really ensuring a mix that represents the people that are part of our everyday life. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much, and appreciate all the information you're giving us today. In terms of what we can do as a city, how can we encourage acquisitions? Is there things that we should be doing? You probably are aware that Ottawa Community Housing was able to do one on their own, 311 units purchased from Minto. So it's preserving those units, and it's worked out well for everyone. We'd like to do more, but is there something that the city should be doing to encourage those kind of acquisitions, small or large?
Yeah, I think on that particular one, well, you would know being the chair, but I think the cupboard's now bare. Having spent the equity you had to purchase that asset, you can't buy another one. So if we had a city program that was facilitating that kind of purchase, if we can partner that up with what we expect to be a new federal fund that could then replenish that fund, you get your $8 million back. They can then use that to purchase the next property. So it's creating that ecosystem where the federal program, the city program are working in harmony to enable that kind of stuff to be a continuing turnover of the equity that we're creating so that we can reinvest it again in another property.
I think there's enough properties out there to purchase that.
There's lots.
Oh, okay, because, I wonder, the argument that is used in terms of making the housing market better is just build more and not about affordable, but just build more and the price will come down. Can you give me your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, any supply of rental housing will contribute to increasing the vacancy rate, and high vacancy rates reduce the potential for landlords to raise rents a lot. So in the long run, if you build a lot, I mean, I think certainly CMHC's ambition of 5.8 million homes over the next 10 years, I mean, that's massively, massively overbuilding the housing system. And it's a theoretical analysis that says if they built 5.8 million, they will certainly drive prices very low. The reality is the market doesn't work that way. If they can't absorb, sell the properties, if they can't get tenants for them, they won't build them. So I think there's a fallacy in that particular expectation. Having said that, I think there's a unique opportunity here, and the Minto one is a great example, because the REITs used to just buy existing assets because it was less risky. They already had cash flows coming in. In the last few years, they started pivoting to building new supply, mainly because new supply comes at higher rents. They don't have rent controls, and there's some beneficial things for them in their investment point of view. In order to build new supply, they need money. The best way for them to get money is to sell their existing assets. So they are a natural partner, and certainly the work that's being done on the National Acquisition Fund has involved conversations with the REITs across the country, and they've basically said they have as many as 40,000 units they could flip into a non-profit fund within a couple of years. So I think it is a unique opportunity. We get the best of both worlds. They build the new units, admittedly at high rents, but we get the leftovers, as it were, but we can preserve those low rents.
There was an interesting statistic lately about investment properties and the percentage of properties that are actually been purchased for investment, i.e. they're renting them out.
Yes.
And you can't help but see the connection in terms of, upping the rents, because this is somebody's maybe retirement fund or something. And I'm seeing it everywhere. And I think it was like 40% for condos and
It's 23% overall, yeah.
And 27% for houses.
Yeah.
That concerns me. It's means that they're not on the market for purchasing for families or people who are planning to live there for long term.
Right.
How can you push back against that kind of pattern?
It's a tricky one. I mean, I think the market is the market, and we have seen a lot of amateur investors purchase those properties because they saw house prices going up by 20% a year in 2021, 2022. I think that dynamic has now changed, and the capital appreciation, we saw prices go down. Those folks are not making money from the rents. They're making money on the asset appreciating. If the asset's not appreciating, I think there'll be less interest in doing that. So I think we will see a slowing down of that amateur investor coming into the market. Many of them bought those properties on the homeowner equity line of credit at a variable rate. They're getting burned now with the high interest rates, and we are seeing the release of some of those properties on the market. So there might be some blood on the streets, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, and I'm finding a lot of them were Airbnbs, et cetera, as well.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Menard was next on the list, but lost his place. Councillor Gower has agreed to let him go first.
Well, thanks very much, Chair Leeper, and thanks to Steve, Ray, and Mike, and to yourself, Chair Leeper, for ensuring this item comes forward. Really interesting presentation. I wanted to start with the multi-unit residential acquisition program that's been launched in Toronto in 2021. I'm just wondering your analysis of the success of that program, how that's gone, if that's something that we should be looking at replicating here in Ottawa.
I mean, I think a number of us might have points on that, but I think it has been wildly successful. I think it was originally capitalized with, well, it was originally piloted, right, with similar to what we've done here in Ottawa, with a couple of councillors allocating some Section 37 contributions. And I think through that, helped build out what that policy for the MURA program should look like. I know that in the first year, I think it was either a 10 or a 20 million allocation. I think that Mayor Chow has committed to growing that over time. I know that it's been, there's the potential for it to be oversubscribed. I think there's a lot more land trusts, nonprofits, and co-ops that have been applying for that. I apologize, I can provide you the numbers after, but I think that in the first 2 years of the program, they've saved somewhere between 200 and 300, units of affordable rental housing. And so that cost per unit, they've worked out a fairly standardized approach. Of course, the market in Toronto is a little bit different. I think the city is allocating 200,000 for an apartment and 150,000 to preserve a room and a rooming house. But I think the final point is, they've fleshed out a process that allows for organizations to pre-qualify, because I do think that, the funds need to be held by organizations that have the capacity to demonstrate the ability to purchase. And then once they're pre-qualified, when properties become available, the city turns around that funding quite quickly in adherence to real estate timelines. So yeah, I would say a successful program. I think that the funding level would be something that, we, through conversation here in Ottawa, vis-a-vis the Ottawa market, would flesh out allocations that make sense in this market.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful to hear. I'm wondering about the new funding that we added to our capital budget for affordable housing. Obviously, an improvement to see that funding come forward. I'm wondering in the future, that was kind of a one-time fund, but we're hoping, I think, to make that more permanent going forward and increase it. But is there other, is that the best way to spend those funds, I suppose? Or should we be moving as part of some of those maybe new funds that come online to have an acquisition fund? Just to say that those funds that we added, the 15 million last term, and then doubling that this term last year, that's for new builds, capital builds. But maybe is there some recommendations you'd have of how to kind of spend that money overall, if an acquisition fund might make sense as part of that spending?
I think on that one, Sean, you do want to have both. I think it would be nice if there was a carve out, maybe 20% of the total capital budget, towards acquisitions. But also, as in developing an acquisition policy, there are other ways to do it rather than just giving cash. Certainly, providing a revenue guarantee in the form of a rent supplement contract on the properties gives us a higher revenue that we can then leverage a bigger loan, and therefore we need less grant. And also potentially a exemption from property tax, which also would free up net operating income to increase borrowing as well. So you don't just need to be on the capital side. You could actually facilitate this with a comprehensive program that had a bit of grant and a bit of this other kind of assistance as well.
Okay, that's very helpful, practical information as well. My last question is around kind of that hole at the bottom of the bucket. And then if we don't plug that hole, then the money that we're investing in affordable housing doesn't make a big impact. And we hear it a lot because the rhetoric is really around market supply all the time. And this committee has done a great job of approving almost everything that comes in front of it. And market supply, we've been increasing it here in Ottawa over and over again. It also puts pressure because often developers will come and say that they want to expand the urban boundary in the name of supply. It also is harder, I guess, reduces some of our ability to get some quality of life improvements for new and existing residents or tenants in the future. Because there's just such a push to just say approve what's in front of you and don't dilly-dally. We're seeing a lot of those approvals sit on the sidelines. They're not getting built, but they've got approvals for their site plan is in, they've got approvals in the zoning, but they're not building. And so I'm just wondering, on the supply market side, what do we need to do to make sure that what we're investing in isn't just throwing money away, that we're investing in affordable housing that's going to make a difference? How do you do that when you've got this supply argument there that's just about building market supply and doesn't really focus on, I think, where we're seeing these huge holes, which is on the not-for-profit social housing and supportive housing sides of things that we're falling behind on.
Thank you, Councillor, and connecting your comments to Councillor Kavanaugh's earlier. I don't believe in the trickle-down theory of housing affordability. I think telling lowest income people in our communities that they have to wait 10 years for that new supply to have an impact on affordability is unconscionable and irresponsible. The private market is never going to oversupply the housing market. And it's not because they're bad people, they're good people, but that's against their economic interest to do so. So it won't happen. That means that resources have to be focused on where the need is greatest. And the need is greatest in protecting low-income renters. And that's where combining investments in new construction for community housing with acquisitions does the best targeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Vice Chair Gower?
Thanks, Chair. I think most of my questions were answered, but you bring some solid numbers, and I think there's a good case for acquisitions. And my colleague mentioned OCH's recent acquisition of several hundred homes from Minto. So there is a strong business case for doing this. I guess I don't feel that strong, compelling push from the provincial or federal government to municipalities on acquisitions. Another stat, I guess we have our pipeline report on this agenda, and we only had 358 building permits issued for not-for-profit homes in Ottawa. So we're really not making much of a dent. I think the federal Housing Accelerator Fund will help with that. But if you look at our 10 action items, none of them involve acquisition. The federal government is focused on supply. The provincial government as well. The budget yesterday didn't really touch on affordable housing in a meaningful way for low or moderate income. It was about supply. The federal opposition party doesn't seem focused at all on truly affordable housing. So that's where my concern is that we're being incentivized by the other levels of government to build more, not to acquire, even though there may be a business case. So it's going to be an interesting debate and discussion amongst councillors here as to where we might commit our funds if so that we're not pulling funds away that might help us meet our provincial and federal targets that are tied to significant infrastructure and funding investments to Ottawa. So that'll be the challenge. I hope that National Acquisition Fund comes through in the federal budget next month. That would be certainly a signal from the federal government. Maybe I'll ask this. Are there other barriers, like does CMHC have favorable financing for nonprofits to pursue acquisitions? I think I've heard something about a possible tax credit for private owners who are selling. Like, are there other structural things that you're looking at that should happen in Canada to support this?
Yes,
So as Steve highlighted before, all of the programs in the National Housing Strategy specifically exclude acquisitions. So if you were a nonprofit who wanted to purchase a 10-unit building and redevelop it into 100 units, they would only fund 90 because that's the new supply that's there. So it's a big gap, and it's been a bit of a blind spot in not paying attention to the loss of housing. So what we're working on and what we've been advocating for is access to below market loans to supplement that, along with grants, as Mike outlined. That's an important piece of the puzzle for nonprofits and co-ops, but also such measures as a potential partial exemption on capital gains for an owner who wants to sell to a nonprofit to create a little bit of an incentive to do that. When you look at the Rental Protection Fund in BC, it was a $500 million contribution from the provincial government. It is so strongly oversubscribed. It was supposed to be like a 2-year program. They're probably going to be fully committed with the entirety of the funds by the time the summer rolls around. Both on the seller side and on the purchaser side, the demand was much higher than they anticipated. So I think there is an untapped demand here as well. It's a question of accessing those federal loans at low interest rates, and then finding what other kinds of grants we can put together to close the gap.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Gower and Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what I really appreciated about the slides today was actually the strike through of the word supply with the replacement of the word construction. And I think that's actually what we should be adopting around council and committee when we're talking about housing needs. Supply is used often interchangeably with construction, when in fact it does mean something completely different. It means the number of affordable or available homes. But we use it to mean construction. And I think that we can lay bare that distinction a little bit better when we're talking about planning and housing, so that we might be able to invite in some of the language around acquisition that perhaps has been hidden by some of the ways that we use the word supply. So I really appreciated that. And I think from, from the FCM perspective, the other sort of expense that is facing municipalities when we're looking at construction as the solution for our housing crisis is the infrastructure component. So we recently released a report that stated that for every new unit of construction, we have to find $106,000 to fund the infrastructure to support that. When we look at acquisition and what is available to us, we already have the infrastructure in place. So there is a cost savings on that front as well, to look at how we can increase supply through acquisition versus new construction. So I think those pieces are really important. Coming up with the new federal budget, I think we also, should be concerned as a municipality about how the federal government is looking at the existing community benefit fund, the gas tax, and how they are also thinking of refocusing some of those dollars to new construction versus other ways that we currently use those available funds for the municipality for maintenance, repair. There's a lot of different ways that we are focusing exclusively on construction that I think are short-sighted in the way that municipalities are currently constrained with our finances. We cannot do construction in the way that we're being demanded to do without additional funds, either through infrastructure or by increasing a sales percentage tax on other ways of increasing some of our revenues. With perhaps the gas tax. So I think there's a lot of moving parts between now and April, and I would encourage my council colleagues to consider speaking to your own MPs about what they're seeing for the federal budget with these other aspects of how we're creating housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Gentlemen, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much. This has been enlightening, and it's good to put our heads up every now and then and take a look at some of these big picture issues. And I know there will be further discussions to come. So members, there are 4 remaining public delegations. We'll hear from those and have the opportunity to ask questions. And I will just gently remind members that there are development review items as well coming up for which members of the public are waiting to delegate. So the first, unfortunately, Katie Burkholder-Harris. I know we always have lots of questions for Katie. Katie, are you prepared to delegate? Oh, is she here? She's just joining us now. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning. I'm actually in the land of the rental protection fund visiting family. So I'm here by Zoom this morning, but thank you so much for having me. And it's wonderful to have this tabled as a councilor's report and just having the space for Mike and Ray and Steve to really share the nitty-gritty of what's happening in terms of acquisitions and the potential that's here to really increase our nonprofit housing stock. So in January of this year, the average price for a 1-bedroom apartment in Canada cost about $2,200 a month, a 10% increase since last year. Ottawa's number is very close at $2,000 a month, which was a 4% increase. A recent report on rent evictions in Ottawa that I'm sure many of you are familiar showed a 545% increase in the number of N13s issued to tenants in the past 5 years. These reflect the termination of tenancies due to significant renovations or demolitions. And obviously many councillors are seeing this in your own ward. And I think the type of people this is affecting is also really important to note. At the same time, we've seen a significant increase in the amount of homelessness in our community, with 2023 marking the highest numbers on record in our shelter system. These realities are connected. Council and staff are scrambling to meet this challenge with transitional housing options and more shelter spaces. But despite best efforts, we are navigating a rental market that does not meet the needs of our community. even for middle income earners at this point, as many of you have spoken to. Our shelters are full of people unable to find an affordable home who in many cases just need affordable housing. Without people being able to access this, they get stuck, they increase the number of folks in the shelter past the breaking point, and our overwhelmed system also means that those with greater needs who do need additional supports are not able to get it. With the current homelessness crisis, rising rental costs, a lack of both rent and vacancy control, and the increasingly lucrative rental market that we find ourselves in, the need for a nonprofit housing acquisition strategy is more critical than ever. The only kind of housing at this stage in our housing crisis that can guarantee that kind of permanent affordability and protection for tenants, especially in the middle and low income range of the income spectrum, is nonprofit. As you've heard in today's presentation, experts agree Canada does need to double its nonprofit stock by 2030 to begin to get a handle on the broader housing crisis. The value for doing this obviously goes far beyond preventing and responding to homelessness. As the CHRA report shows, doubling our nonprofit stock has a significant impact on our economy. When your housing only costs 30% of your income, you have disposable income to reinvest in your community. It means that local businesses can hire enough staff because people can afford to live in the city they work. It creates more balanced neighborhoods. It gives people breathing room to upskill, go back to school, start a business, because they're not afraid of losing their home due to less income and rising housing costs. As Ray spoke to, investing in nonprofit housing at scale could boost our productivity in Canada between 5 to 9%. There are few social programs or business subsidies that could drive that level of growth. The cheapest, fastest way to protect affordable housing is to convert it to nonprofit. Unit prices are less costly at $300,000 a door versus $500,000 a door. The timing for conversion is far faster, and there's a guarantee of permanent affordability. Those units will no longer be at risk of speculation. And I know there was talk of how big the investment market is, and since 2020, our investment market has gone from 20 to 30% of the ownership market, reflecting investors. That is a significant, significant leap. In addition to this council naming affordable housing as a top priority for this term, the 10-year plan on housing and homelessness names the preservation of existing affordable stock as the very first priority under the Everyone Has a Home pillar. Developing a solid acquisition strategy that enables funding to flow towards acquisitions for nonprofits in a timely manner is critical to meeting our 10-year plan goals. There are already great examples of those, of many of you have spoken to this morning, happening in Ottawa. The recent Ottawa Community Housing purchase in Nepean, the Ottawa Land Trust, even the Ottawa Mission. They're all buying homes simply to stop this loss of existing affordable housing, knowing that without this kind of intervention, we will see homelessness rise. However, we need a comprehensive strategy to ensure that we have the most impact. Other levels of government are signaling that this idea is gaining traction. Will we be ready to best leverage funding for nonprofit acquisition? During the 2022 campaign, the Alliance launched the Starts With Home campaign. One of our key pillars was to stop the loss of affordable housing. A nonprofit housing acquisition strategy is one of the 6 critical actions we recommended that needs to be taken. In addition to the Ottawa data, which shows that 31-to-1 loss, a number I know we're all alarmed by, Steve's national level data also shows that cities known for being the most expensive are not really losing affordable units anymore. That's because there are none left. Ottawa's losing at a rapid pace, but in part it's because there is still affordable housing to be lost. We have an opportunity to ensure that we stop the loss of our critical existing affordable housing and convert it to permanent affordability. It requires us to move quickly before the opportunity passes us by. I urge you to include and rapidly implement a nonprofit housing acquisition strategy. Thank you.
Katie, thank you for your comments. Excellent as always. I'm just taking a look to see if members have any questions for you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Katie, as always. You were talking about investment housing. Did you say it was going up to 30%?
Yeah, the broader number from 2020, in 2020, about 20% of the market in home ownership was owned by investors. And a recent report from rentals.ca actually showed that by January 2024, it had gone up to 30%. So it's a 50% increase in a very short period of time.
Yeah, I feel like we're...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like we're in competition, that nonprofit sectors in competition with investors. Is that kind of the case? Like where people are buying it up for investment? it's legitimate, it's legal, but it's just that the scale of it is so large that it's taking housing out of the
Yeah,
market.
and it's interesting. It's a great point. I think that there's more and more opportunities to work with the private market. And I certainly in my conversations, with GOBA, with other developers, there's a growing recognition that the private market can't solve the housing and homelessness crisis. There's a lane, there's a role absolutely critical for the private market to grow private stock for sure. But just a recognition that low income housing and even sometimes middle income housing, as we're starting to see, is just not going to be covered by what the private market, according to their business model, is going to be able to make. So I would frame it less as a competition as much as we all need to find our lane and do that really well and scale up housing in that area. And so I do think there's a growing understanding of that from private market investors. And so it's figuring out what does that look like. And I think acquisitions, to Stephen and Ray and Mike's point, is actually a really good area to look at doing that with, because people want to sell, especially the REITs, they want to sell their assets.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Plant.
I just had a quick question. So when we talk about an acquisition strategy, I remember reading somewhere that Montreal had like a right of first refusal as well on certain properties. Can you describe what that is? And then how would we put that into action if that is something we want to have in our acquisition strategy? Thank you.
Did you read my edited version? Because I took it out because it was too long, but it was exactly that. So yeah, Montreal, as you said, the right of first refusal, and actually Gatineau was also exploring this idea. But basically that any property that would be sold that's a residential property that's appropriate, multi-unit obviously, would go to the city first to determine if they wanted to purchase it. And then from there, if they didn't want to purchase it, fine, back on the private market. But otherwise the city would have the opportunity. And what it does is buy time. So the city could, own the property, put up the initial financing. It allows, nonprofits to actually get their financing in order to be able to then buy it from the city. So it's one strategy. The devil is in the details. Like, I think there's got to be a lot of protections around how is that price determined in the first place, land value assessment, all those things need to be incorporated. But it is one mechanism that could absolutely be used. And I should point to as well, the city of New York actually has a list. I don't know if you call it like a risk list or a properties at risk list, but they basically have a red, yellow, and green lights for each property around the city that is likely to be turned over. That's low cost housing right now in the private market, but will likely be turned over to higher rents if it's sold. So they're sort of on that in terms of just knowing, okay, we need to pay attention and then look at intervening and potentially purchasing in order to preserve the stock as affordable.
And just a quick follow-up on that. What's the legal framework around that? Do we have to ask the province for permission to do that, or is it just something we can do ourselves? Do you know?
I don't know. And especially because it's Quebec, I wouldn't be able to have good insight on that one. Sorry.
Merci beaucoup.
Katie, thank you very much for your comments today. As always, I hope you enjoyed the rest of your time spent with family. We'll move to the next public delegation, which is Douglas Kwan with the Alliance Centre for Tenants Ontario. The Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Leeper.
Hello, and
thank you. Hello and bonjour tout le monde. I'm so pleased to follow Katie, Ray, Mike, and Steve with this conversation about affordable housing. We've all heard in the media about how the landlord-tenant board is dysfunctional. And when it's dysfunctional, we have landlords or investors who are removing their units from the market and turning them into Airbnbs. We have tenants who can't assert their rights and prevent illegal evictions from happening, and also preserve their affordable housing. So a functioning LTB is crucial in this conversation. Next slide, please. So we've heard the problems that are happening now, but I can tell you it hasn't always been that way. In the past, the landlord-tenant board was a very functional board. It heard 80,000 applications for hearings every year. There are 44 regional sites spread across the entire province, with 8 regional centers, including one in Ottawa. Those locations offered mediation, tenant duty counsel. They scheduled matters in the regions in which they were held, which meant adjudicators were familiar with the housing context in those particular regions, and they could offer immediate service. As well, next slide, please. As well, some of those locations offered rent bank service as well for tenants who had hearings on that day. The regional centers, like the one that existed on Albert Street, heard matters 4 times a week and provide bilingual services for Ottawa residents. They also offered counter service for people who would walk in and have questions about their forms and the process, and didn't leave until, and which was tremendously successful at the time. Next slide, please. However, all that changed. We had the pandemic, all in-person services were taken away. In the fall, in November 2020, Tribunals Ontario determined that they're going to proceed with the remote service model only, even after the pandemic would be finished. And the Ombudsman started its investigation with the delays that were happening at the board and released a report in May 2023. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about the current challenges and highlight it very briefly because I think it's well documented in the media and you've heard from your constituents. Next slide. The first challenge has been access to justice. Tenants have had a tremendous difficulty accessing digital hearings, and that's because they lack the broadband capacity to participate. They don't have 2 monitors available to them or a camera in front of them to participate. Their English isn't their first language, nor is French. People with literacy issues, with disabilities have had challenges participating and even logging on to the Zoom format. And a recent study from Deloitte found that the majority of Ontario's renters barely had enough broadband to meet the CRTC minimum standard. Next slide, please. And so what we saw at the LTB every day was the majority of tenants participating by phone and the majority of landlords participating by video. And if you were trying to influence a neutral adjudicator, you're far more likely to be successful when they can see your face instead of a blank screen. As well, for tenants who are trying to participate, they couldn't tell if they were talking to an adjudicator, a mediator, and in some instances, they thought they were talking to a mediator when they were in fact talking to their landlord, and thereby disclosing a lot of their personal information at the time. So it's in effect creating a courthouse where one party is with the judge and the other party is participating in a separate room altogether. Next slide. It also, and what happened was the hearings, because you can only participate virtually, only one person can speak. But you can imagine in issues regarding landlord and tenant matters, it's highly contentious. And so both parties are trying to get their word in because they waited months and sometimes for tenants years to have their hearing. The Ombudsman found that those hearings were chaotic, that people were dropped out of their hearings because they didn't have enough minutes. Next slide, please.
Let's see, I have about 1 minute left.
Okay, so I'm just going to speed up to the next chart. Thank you. And so as you can see from this chart, when it was in person in 2017 to 2019, the LTB was handling a tremendous number of cases, resolving the majority of cases with about 46 to 47 adjudicators. Fast forward to 2023, they haven't met their typical caseload. They're falling behind on the backlog, and they've tripled the number of adjudicators. And this demonstrates how virtual has been unsuccessful for them. Next slide, please. I'm just going to move to the solutions. Keep on going. Thank you. And next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So the solutions at hand are introducing in-person hearings again. Remove those barriers, because when someone said, it's a lot easier to provide someone with information saying that your hearing is at the church or the Legion Hall, as opposed to giving them a random alphanumeric code in order to participate. Also, when they were in person, you could have hallway conversations between the landlords and tenants that were successful in resolving about a third of all applications before they even went to the adjudicator. So that helped reduce the backlog. As I said earlier, the Zoom hearings, only one person can talk. So that prevents actual conversations from happening. Next slide, please. We also
And Douglas, if I could ask you to wrap up, you are out of time.
Thank you. Next slide, please. We also think that the Albert Street location should be opened up for Ottawa residents. And here's a snapshot of what regional scheduling was able to do. In Ottawa, you could get your hearing heard in 29.6 days in 2018. And right now, matters are heard provincially. So hearings are scheduled from Windsor to Thunder Bay in Ottawa, all mixed together without any regional focus at all. So we're asking, next slide, please. So we're asking the city to work alongside your sister municipalities such as Chatham-Kent, Toronto, Brampton, Mississauga, and write an advocacy letter to the province to fix the LTB. Because when it comes to this issue, both landlords and tenants agree that it's dysfunctional and it needs urgent action. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. I know Councillor Plante has a question for you.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing up this important issue. I know my member of provincial parliament, Lucille Caillard, has been quite active on this file. I was just wondering, did you hear yesterday in the provincial budget any changes or any more funding to help unclog what's happening with the LTB?
No, we haven't. The province has committed $12 million over the last 2 years to add more adjudicators. But it's not the lack of adjudicators that's crux of the problem. It's their decision to remove all in-person services for Ontarians that have caused the backlog to happen. Think of going to McDonald's and how busy McDonald's is. And if they were to tell you can only use the touchscreen to access their services, and only afterwards, if it didn't work for you, only afterwards will they tell you there's drive-through, there's an app available, you can go to counter service. That's what's happening at the board. Think of the backlog at McDonald's if they were to say that to their customers. That is what's happening at the landlord tenant board when you're driving everyone through this digital portal.
Thank you. And last, do you know what percentage of people who end up at the LTB are self-represented litigants?
Probably 98% are self-represented litigants. They might have had access to your local clinic, but those who come represented, probably 98%. When you're talking about landlords, I say more than half are represented at the board.
Merci beaucoup.
Doug, thank you, or Douglas, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. I am going to, if it's okay with you, just ask the committee coordinator to make sure that your slide deck, which obviously contains significantly more detail, is distributed to members of the committee. But thank you for trying to fit that in within the limited time we make available here.
Thank you. Thank you for that time.
We have an additional public delegation from Preeti Prabhu. Good morning, Preeti, and welcome to Planning and Housing Committee. We have 5 minutes to make a presentation. We're in your hands.
Morning. I represent United Way East Ontario. I'm the Senior Director of Public Policy and Government Relations, and we serve communities in Ottawa, Renfrew, Renark, and Prescott Russell. I'm so pleased to be here. So United Way Centra network across Canada identified housing and homelessness as the top priority in our communities. Why? Because without a roof over your head, it's nearly impossible to take care of your mental health, stay focused at work, or plan for the future. Finding affordable housing is even harder, as some of you identified, for newcomers to our country, youth forced to leave home, women fleeing violence, and many others struggling to make ends meet. But for many in our city right now, a place to call home is a faraway dream. Ensuring accessible and deeply affordable housing options for residents on low income today is critical in preventing more people from being at the risk of homelessness tomorrow. Preserving the existing affordable rental units is crucial to ensuring supply of affordable and deeply affordable housing. And increasingly, we see nonprofit, as you heard today, organizations can play an instrumental role, not just as advocates, but also service providers and affordable housing developers. You've also heard from our colleagues today who are not only experts in this issue, but are extremely passionate about the challenges faced by our neighbors in need. We at United Way bring capacity and additional partners to the table, and we work with all levels of government to advance this issue. In November 2023, United Ways and our community partners across Ontario released Bringing Affordable Housing Home Report. It culminated from more than 20 consultations with 400 nonprofit housing leaders across Ontario, including those in Ottawa. And these recommendations align really well with what you've heard today through our experts this morning. The report captured critical insights and practical ideas from experienced housing leaders that outline a blueprint for action that makes the most effective and efficient use of government funds. It highlighted 7 key recommendations, one of which focuses on preservation of affordable housing. Why? Again, because you heard today that from 2016 to 2021, Ontario lost over 49,000 affordable units, and in Ottawa, we lost over 30,000 affordable units renting under $1,000 for the same period, which accounts to the 1 to 31 ratio that you've heard today. On the other hand, there is a strong economic case for supporting affordable housing. Giving people stable and affordable places to live can have radically positive economic outcomes for our city. And again, the data was presented today, so I won't get into it. We must protect the affordable housing stock we have now. Our community housing sector needs government support through preservation programs and predictable funding to ensure that people can live in their homes with the supports they need, rooted in their communities. So the preservation part of our report highlighted several recommendations that you've already heard, but the biggest was development of a nonprofit rental acquisition program to quickly increase deeply affordable housing stock while protecting the existing affordability for the long run. The community housing sector is uniquely positioned to add real value when it comes to ensuring that housing meets the continent of needs. We must and can do better. Fortunately, we have reasons to hope. This council cares about this issue, and we know that Ottawa was the first city to declare housing emergency in 2020. But even since then, inflation, rising cost of living, long-term effects of the pandemic, like poor mental health outcomes and increasing rates of gender-based violence, have made housing affordability even more dire. The issue is too great, the stakes are too high, and the urgency is long past overdue. To conclude, our shared determination and abundance of expertise is the perfect foundation to build on. We haven't got a moment to lose, and Ottawa residents are depending on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you do. Councillor Plante?
Merci. I just had one quick question. How many calls or referrals a day would you say you get about affordable housing or the need for housing?
So we don't directly get calls that will normally get directed to our helpline service 211. So I don't have the data, but I do know from them and from all, we work in over 130 community, we work with 130 community partners in our region. And we know that housing affordability and the lack of access to it is one of our biggest concerns, because if people don't have a roof on their head, even if we are trying to help them put food on their table, like it's still going to be distressful. So I'm sitting one level behind the direct calls to access issues, but we just hear it so much that in 2020, from coast to coast, our United Way network had to make this a priority as we continue to advocate for it at all levels of government. So we're doing, there were some questions around what are we expecting with the federal government. So I, along with my colleagues, are advocating at the federal level, but as well as through this network of nonprofit connections we have in Ontario, we're also pushing for the same in Ontario.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Plante. Councillor Dudas?
Thank you, Chair. This is less of a question, more of a comment, but Preeti, you brought up the economic impact of a lack of affordable housing. And I found it really interesting that you brought that up, because even today I have received an article from the Ottawa Business Journal that specifically said that business leaders are saying that the housing crisis is the biggest risk to the economy. And some local businesses were saying specifically that because there's such pressure on even their staff, they're having to raise their wages just to help their staff cover some of those costs, and they're barely scratching by. And those individuals were local business owners, small business owners, and they're feeling pressure. So, and that's just one aspect of the economic impacts that this has. So, you know, I know we're talking about adding or considering acquisition strategies, you know, allocating funds toward acquisitions of existing rental properties. We already have various build programs in place. We're working with developers. We've got all these tools in our toolbox, but I think we can't lose sight as a council, as a city, and as all of our stakeholders that this is more than just putting a roof over a person's head. It is truly a ripple effect of economic prosperity. It has impacts on health and mental well-being. It has public health implications, as I just said. It is huge. This is a huge issue for folks. And I just wanted to thank you for bringing up that piece about it, because I think we need to consider this one of these various tools in this particular report in front of us today as a overarching look at how we address the housing issue facing our city. So I just wanted to thank you for that. Less of a question, more of a comment, but I did appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. I don't see any other questions or comments from members. Thank you very much for the presentation today. And I'm sorry, I lost my page. I believe it's Amanda Teskey. There we have I'm not sure how this one is being handled. I have Amanda Teskey from Acorn with a written submission. So I don't know if that means someone's going to be reading.
Yes, I will be reading. Hi, I'm Amanda. Nice to
Oh,
meet you
there we
today.
are. Amanda,
I'm
you have
virtual,
5
so
minutes.
thank you kindly.
Welcome.
Well, firstly, good morning, councillors, everyone joining. Pleasure to meet you all today. I'm Amanda. I am a board member of Ottawa Acorn, which is a community tenant union of low and moderate income people fighting for social justice. I'm speaking to you all today in support of Acorn's campaign for an anti-reno-eviction bylaw. So as we've all heard a couple of times, in Ottawa here, we lose 31 affordable units on the private market for every affordable housing unit built. 2 major contributing factors to that are rent evictions and demo evictions. Building alone will not get our way out of the housing crisis. Ottawa tenants need the city to do everything within its powers to protect existing affordable housing and ensure that we aren't being priced out of our neighborhoods and forced to pay hundreds of dollars extra, or even in a lot of cases, double the original rent. So Acorn's new rent evictions report analyzed N13 eviction notices obtained from the Landlord-Tenant Board through Freedom of Information requests. N13s are the eviction notices that landlords give tenants should they want them to leave for major renovations or because they want to demolish the property. In that study, we found that in Ottawa, there was a 545% increase in N13 rent eviction notices filed at the Landlord-Tenant Board between 2017 and 2022. That is a 5-year gap and a 545% increase. Ottawa was ranked 3 in the province for the most N13s during this same time period, only behind Toronto and Hamilton. However, as we've also heard, Hamilton has been able to pass Ontario's first anti-rent eviction bylaw based on successful policy of New Westminster, BC. The recent changes in Hamilton come after a 5-year-long campaign by Acorn members living in the city. Other cities are now starting to take steps forward, such as Toronto, London, St. Catharines, Sudbury, and the Waterloo region. So this is why Acorn members are calling on the City of Ottawa to strengthen tenant protections. This means passing an anti-rent eviction bylaw similar to Hamilton, which would include requiring a landlord to apply for a city renovation license within 7 days of issuing the N13 eviction notice to a tenant, only approving the license application if the landlord has already secured all building permits and provides an engineer's report confirming the vacancy is actually necessary. The landlord provides temporary accommodations that are similar to the current unit or a rental top-up unit until the tenant can return after renovations at that same rent. And then the landlord must allow the tenant to return to their unit at the same rent they were paying before the work was done. Tenants are also to be provided with information on their rights and entitlements during this process. And failure to comply at that point, the city would have a chance to issue daily fines for non-compliance. Secondly, passing a rental replacement bylaw during the redevelopment of affordable housing. This means requiring at least 1-for-1 replacement of lost affordable housing in the new development, needing to be at the exact same rent and offered back to existing tenants. B, current tenants to be provided with temporary accommodations and rental top-ups until construction is complete. In June 2022, the previous City Council directed city staff to report back to committee on feasibility and scope of a rental replacement bylaw in Ottawa. However, no such report has come back. During this time, the province passed Bill 23, which gives the housing minister power to regulate rental replacement bylaws, but there is nothing prohibiting municipalities from passing these bylaws in the legislation. For example, the city of Oakville passed a rental replacement bylaw in the summer of 2023 after Bill 23 was introduced. Thirdly, we would like to introduce a tenant defense fund similar to Hamilton and Toronto, so tenants facing renoviction, demoviction, AGIs, and other situations that threaten their housing can access free legal representation. ACORN members and tenants across the city are urging committee members to take necessary steps forward to introduce these measures. All of these policies and programs exist in other Ontario cities and also have the support of law firms and legal clinics. Further lengthy studies will only delay the proven solutions that are desperately needed to preserve Ottawa's last remaining affordable housing stock. Other cities are starting to follow, and Ottawa tenants cannot afford to be left behind. So with that, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Amanda. There are a couple of questions for you. The first of which would be from Councillor Plante.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And I just want to shout out to ACORN for all the good work they do in Ward 12 and across the city. I just wanted to add, and it's not really a question, but I just want to say I'm looking forward to Councillor Troster motion on this. I know she's been working on it really, really hard. And I'm not sure what the details are, but I just know she's been working on it. So I just wanted to point that out. And she has her hand up, so maybe she can provide some details. Thank you.
Wonderful. Merci.
Great segue. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. I intended to bring notice today, but I'll be bringing notice next meeting because something like a renovation bylaw touches multiple city departments. So we wanted to make sure that we could get staff buy-in, and we're very close. And it's also something that's going to require a lot of study. And also, maybe Amanda, you could speak to this because there's a lot of things that Hamilton had in place that we don't even have yet, which means we can't do a direct transposition of what they've done in Hamilton until we examine the whole picture in terms of that city's approach to housing lots. A number of us met with ACORN and with Councillor Narendranan in Hamilton, who spearheaded this initiative in Hamilton. And an interesting statistic is that a full 40% of the population of Hamilton are tenants, which is dramatically higher than the city of Ottawa. So when I asked her how she got political buy-in for a renovation bylaw, it was quite unanimous because every councillor was hearing from tenants, whereas I would say in Ottawa, there's some wards that have a higher proportion of tenants and many that have a higher proportion of homeowners. But other than the specific renovation bylaw piece, they do have a lot of other elements in place. Do you know about any of those? Do you want to share a little bit more? If not, that's okay.
As far as other elements in place, I do know that a little bit less about Hamilton. I've been kind of studying more what has been going on in Westminster, BC. And I know that at that point, they had they were almost able to kind of eliminate renovictions and demovictions because they also offered incentives to landlords, grants and stuff to be able to, especially smaller landlords, we don't want to squash smaller landlords while, targeting these larger landlords who are taking advantage of people. And so, it's kind of a stick and carrot situation where the carrot was giving grants to landlords. As far as getting more political involvement in that, we do have a large amount of homeowners in Ontario, and that does make it difficult. However, personally, I don't understand how, how helping the housing market doesn't also help homeowners.
Yeah, no, and something I'll mention, Hamilton has a landlord licensing regime, which is not something that we have in Ottawa, and which I know was previously rejected by council. So I think a lot of the things that will make the new bylaw work, there are other elements in place. So I'll be asking for staff to look at the entire picture. I guess my question for you is, for councillors who represent wards that have a lower proportion of tenants, why would you like to see them support an initiative like a renovation bylaw? Because I think it's an easy sell for some of us in wards with really high percentages of renters because we're hearing from our residents about it all the time. But what would you say to councillors who maybe aren't hearing about this as much?
Well, I would say that it doesn't take much to lose your home.
Mhm.
You know, anyone can become a renter. Personally, I've been in an industry that has had significant layoffs over the past couple of years, and many of my friends are, losing homes that they had mortgaged.
Mhm.
So you can become a renter very easily for factors that are beyond your control. And I think it is important for everyone to remember that.
Yeah.
Just because it's not happening to you or hasn't happened to you yet, doesn't mean it won't.
For sure. And I'll keep seeing it till the cows come home. The number one group of people we're seeing being rent-evicted are seniors, specifically senior women. So, yeah, anyway, thank you so much for your deputation. And, I hope you'll join us about a month from now when we actually discuss the motion that'll be giving notice for at next meeting. Sorry
I'll
for
look
the
forward
delay
to
on
it.
that. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
you.
Amanda, there are no further questions for you, so thank you very much for the presentation today. And that's the end of the public delegations. Obviously, this is just being received for information, so I don't see that we need to pose any further questions. So is this item received? Thank you very much. Members, my understanding is that the public delegation on item 5.4, the zoning bylaw amendment for 617 Bank Street, no longer needs to make a delegation. Councillor Menard doesn't need this to be held, and the applicants don't need to speak to the item. The applicants are passing on their thanks to the community and staff and to Councillor Menard's office for their work on this file. And Councillor Menard is passing on his thanks to the community and to the city staff who worked hard to get this into a better place. Did anyone have any questions on this item? Is that carried? Thank you very much. That means we can let Masha go. So the next held item, it's just the sound of shuffling paper over with Kelly and I, just trying to keep up. What is it? Is it going to be Scott Street? Yeah. So the next item is 1806 Scott Street. So members, I'm being asked, do members want the presentation on the 4-story on Scott? Okay, so I'm hearing that we don't need the presentation. Thank you. Do members want to go direct? And I know members have read the staff report. Do members just want to go directly to the public delegation? Okay, so a delegation, Michael Guest. Michael, are you here or are you online? He's joining us now. And Michael has also submitted written correspondence to the committee. I wouldn't go that way.
Hi.
Michael, thank you very much for joining us this morning, or getting close to this afternoon. We're still this morning. Michael, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, and we're in your hands.
Sure. I would like to thank you for having me. I'd like to first mention that my name is Mike Guest. I'm the property owner directly to the south that shares the property line with 1806 Scott Street. I'd like to mention that I'm fully in support of responsible intensification. I love the city of Ottawa. I can see why other people want to move to the city of Ottawa. But I would like to make a statement and ask the Planning and Housing Committee to please postpone or withdraw the decision on this zoning bylaw amendment until the following issues, which I'll speak to, are addressed. The first issue is, number one, that the Scott Street secondary plan limits building heights to 3 stories along Scott Street, east of Island Park and west of Holland Avenue. This proposal is for a 4-story apartment building. No 4-story buildings exist in this residential area. The property line to the west of 1806 Scott Street is separated by 3 meters and is a single-story bungalow. This proposal does not fit the streetscape character of the existing residential single-home properties along Scott Street in this unique section of Wellington Village from Island Park to Holland Avenue. Maybe I'll pause there. Is there maybe you can reply to that, or I don't know how this works.
So yeah, the meeting format doesn't allow for for public delegations to ask questions. But certainly on your behalf, if members want to pursue that further, they can ask questions of public.
Well, I guess after the fact,
city
yeah.
staff.
Okay, well
So,
then
please
that's point
proceed,
one.
yep.
Sorry, that's point one. The Scott Street secondary plan limits building heights to 3 stories. This is a 4-story low-rise apartment building request. Point number 2 is the recently approved urban design guidelines for low-rise infill housing state that in section 2.28 transition, avoid using a flat roof, which this proposal has. Avoid using a flat roof without providing transition, stepping, sloping, or separation distance of the top floors when adjacent to significantly lower neighboring buildings, such as the 1-story bungalow directly to the property to the west. Providing a step back at the upper floors, inset balconies, or a mansard roof are all ways to complement lower neighbors when a sloped roof is not feasible. Section 2.24 of the same urban design guidelines, projection limit building element projections such as balconies into the prescribed setbacks and amenity areas to protect access to light and sky views. The proposal has balconies into the rear, or what they call side yard, rear yard, which is their amenity area. And then the third item is that it does not meet the 45-degree angular requirement for streetscape character for reducing stark mass of such buildings. Point number 3, the Premier's office walked back its commitment to 4-story low-rise infill housing in existing residential neighborhoods as of last week. They realized that this push, or their previous statements of 4-story low-rise infill housing in any residential area in this province of Ontario was not necessarily the correct decision to be made. And that's all I have. I'm happy to take questions or have some explanation provided.
Thank you very much, Michael. I don't see any questions for you from members, but we'll open the floor up to members to pose questions of staff. I'll give my colleagues the opportunity to go first, of course. Okay, I don't see any questions from staff. I would ask staff to respond to certainly the assertions around the secondary plan not allowing a building of this sort. And then I want to give staff a moment to think about it. But some of the comments that the Premier made, I don't know whether we have had an opportunity to sort of contextualize those in terms of what we're looking at for the official plan, or whether staff are prepared to offer any response right now, because those comments struck a chord with residents. And I'm just curious to know how city staff are treating those comments by the Premier with respect to how we're going to be treating applications moving forward. And do feel free, of course, to say that you're still working through it. But first, I would like to hear about the assertions with respect to the secondary plan, the transition, and the angular plane, and some of those major points that the public delegation brought up.
Right. So my name is John Burney. I'm the file lead for this file. So in terms of the secondary plan, the boundaries are well defined, and this property is outside of those boundaries. I can't speak to why it was left out. It's in my review of the application, those policies do not apply. In terms of the urban design guideline for infill housing, while Mr. Guest was speaking, I did look into the design guidelines to see the sections that he was referencing, and I'm not sure exactly where that was pulled from, but the approved design guidelines don't have a section 2.28 that he was referencing. Though, I mean, some of those items that he was mentioning are touched on, but may not have made it to the final version that it was approved by council. But I will say that I specifically reference the provisions within the OP that advise these guidelines, and in an effort to sort of capture the intent of that document. But it was certainly something that we used to review this proposal against. And also we did have our urban designer review the proposed design as well, and he had no concerns. In terms of the transition, I think it was mainly hinged on the large setback of 9.23 meters, which was originally in the first iteration proposed at 7.5 meters. So 9.23 is actually zoning compliant and exceeds it by 0.23 meters. In terms of the alternatives to the balconies, we did ask the applicant team to explore Juliet style or rooftop amenity as an alternative. And they came back that they felt it was necessary for their residents or their tenants to have some of their own private amenity space in the rear yard. Just responding to the issue of privacy, I think, this is typically something that we focus on protecting in amenity spaces, and within an urban context, it's not unusual for there to be a matching of windows or balconies that are oriented towards, in this case, a side yard condition. A zoning compliant building may have the same sort of impact or worse on adjacent properties, depending on where these windows are located. But the one that we're looking at today is largely zoning compliant. And there were special measures that we've taken acknowledging Mr. Guest's concerns. And we had asked the applicant to consider other buffering from this development. So they've included a large privacy fence, which is 2.13 meters in size, along the entire perimeter of the property. They're also retaining 2 existing mature trees in the rear yard, as well as complementing these with a row of pyramidal, it's difficult to say, English oaks. And so I'll just note that type of species is very vertical, provides a good adequate cover along multiple stories, and also does not drop its leaves in the or retains a lot of its leaves in the wintertime. And then I'll finally, I'll just leave off by saying that the proposed design does not have a significant impact on the sky views or light. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I will just mention to colleagues, I had contemplated bringing a motion here today to require Juliet balconies. But the pandemic, 3 years ago, I would have brought that motion. But I think we've learned a lot about importance of sort of as much fresh air as possible. And I'm no longer willing to bring those kinds of motions to this committee. I apologize. I've gone straight to staff to respond to the public delegations questions without having gone to the applicant. You have an opportunity to address anything that you might like at this point.
Yes, certainly. So we also quickly looked up the secondary plan. I think one point that I'd like to make is that the subject site is designated as Main Street corridor. This permits heights of within the entire Main Street corridor designation, of course, 40 stories. For the specific right-of-way of Scott Street, we would be looking at something more like a maximum of 9 stories. So the subject site, 4 stories is, of course, lower than both of these heights. And it's also worth considering that within the inner urban transect in neighborhood designations, 4 stories are a maximum height. So The subject site is proposed to be 4 stories, which is considered low-rise development, and the entire neighborhood designation to the south would actually permit 4-story heights. So the proposed development is perhaps you know, an example of pretty gentle intensification. And I know we received some comments at the public consultation asking if the landowner is interested in greater heights. They are not. So we are looking at a 4-story building. It's adjacent to lands that can also be 4 stories should someone wish to develop. Admittedly, I don't think the landowner, Mr. Guest, is interested in that because he lives in his house and wants to stay in his house. But other neighbors could potentially redevelop, and this house, this low-rise apartment building would be consistent in character with everything that could also redevelop in the neighborhood. So I think that's the most important point that I'd like to make. You know, the proposed development, as John mentioned, has gone through quite a few changes. We did hear a lot of feedback from Councillor Leeper as well as the public, both at the public consultation and through staff who forwarded their comments on to us. So I think the questions on privacy are well received. I agree that there is perhaps other things that could be done, but this proposal is before you today in the current configuration because we've gone over it through 3 rounds of submissions. And, you know, we've worked very carefully with our landscape architecture team who have a vision for how to create not only a pleasing and enjoyable amenity area for future residents, but also some of that private amenity space. And I think this really does balance a lot of needs. So moving the building a bit further from the property line, I think helped with establishing some more privacy. We have the maximum allowable fence height under the fence bylaw, which is 2.13 meters. That's about 6'11". It's not a short fence. So we really tried to make sure we're not overdoing it in one area and potentially impacting the existing property owners by you know, building a fence that's too tall or, you know, failing to incorporate trees and landscaping. So I think those were all comments that we took back and reflected on a lot. And I think the current design is perhaps the best iteration that we have. And I like the work that's gone into it personally.
Thank you very much for those comments. I think Councillor Lowe has a question for you.
Thanks. Hi, Tamara. It's been a while. We went to school together. So the house that the public delegation mentioned, the 1-story house, even in the current context, that is quite unique in the current context. And you had mentioned that there were sort of public consultations with the neighbors. Did you hear any concerns from that particular house?
Yes, he was in attendance at the public consultation. He did share his concerns at the time. His concerns included increasing the fence height, the building being too close, removing some of the balconies. And we did consider adding Juliet balconies, but at the end of the day, we felt that the importance of providing private amenity space for future residents outweighed the benefits of a Juliet balcony. Because if you think about it, maybe geometrically, your balcony will only extend, you know, one meter. So the privacy gained of being inside a building versus on the balcony is pretty minimal, given that we were able to actually push the building further north. So we did hear his concerns, and we understand the privacy concerns. It's perhaps a little challenging to see, but at the very bottom of the screen, there's a little sort of edge of a rectangle. His house is quite close to the property line, so I can appreciate how he might be feeling, you know, that sense of people looking into the building. It's because the lots, the houses are quite close to the side yards. So any new development will also be close to him, just by virtue of his building siting and our building siting. So we did hear concerns of, you know, people looking through the windows into his windows. And so we've tried our best to accommodate for that. And I think we can also anticipate that future residents will probably have curtains and they won't want to necessarily look right into his windows unless they're, I don't know, who knows what people get up to anyway. So I think we heard his comments at the public consultation, and we did take those back.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. I don't see any further hands up. Are there any further questions of staff? Okay. Is this item carried? Thank you very much. Glenn? Oh, I'm sorry. I had asked staff to address the premier's comments. We've passed this item. Is there anything that you think is important to say, or do we want to leave that out there, David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, not at this time. I mean, certainly, Mr. Premier Ford's comments were informal, and we await any further legislation clarity that may be forthcoming from the province.
Clear as mud. Thank you very much. Okay, so we passed bank, Innis. Are we on to the building code report? Let's do it. Mr. John Buck, our chief building official.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I realize I'm interjecting here. We did not deal with 617 bank, or did we?
We did.
Apologies. Thank you.
Yep. He does. John, what happened in 2023 pursuant to the Building Code Act?
Thank you for asking, Mr. Chair. And good morning to you and to members of committee and others in attendance. My name is John Buck. I'm the chief building official here with the City of Ottawa and have been since 2020. And this is my first opportunity to present one of our annual reports pursuant to the Building Code Act. And there's a reason for it, which we'll find out momentarily. For a little bit of background, the Building Code Act requires a report to be prepared every 12 months containing information on building permit fees. Sorry, next slide, please. On building permit fees collected, as well as the cost of servicing building permits and enforcing the Building Code Act. And further, the municipality is directed to distinguish between direct and indirect costs. Accordingly, this report is being presented to you today. So it's sort of a mini State of the Union on our financials. So just a little bit of background in terms of direct and indirect cost. The Building Code Act directs municipalities to set building permit fees to directly, to fully recover the costs of servicing building permits. Any overages that we take in, if we take in too much money, these funds are retained to make up for years that maybe we don't take in as much money to achieve revenue neutrality. So direct costs are compensation for our building officials, our staff, our plans examiners, our inspectors, myself. We do have some building code enforcement officers that help us out on the more difficult files, the claims, the prosecutions, management training, vehicles, et cetera. In terms of our indirect costs, these are typically the costs to keep the lights on in terms of our real estate, our legal, et cetera. Next slide, please. So in terms of our revenues and our reserves, the Building Code Act stipulates that revenues must not exceed the anticipated reasonable cost required to administer and enforce the Building Code Act and the Building Code. Essentially, for the reasons I explained before, if we get too much money, it shall be saved for a rainy day, essentially. Estimating building permit revenue is not always the easiest thing. Some years you get several big ticket jobs. The bigger the building, naturally, the higher the building permit fees. When we get, a large, a whole pile of high rises or a very large, say, production facility, that's a big shot in the arm for us. We don't tend to make as much, from a permit revenue standpoint on the smaller stuffs, the decks, the sheds, the houses. Anywho, the Act provides for the establishment of reserve funds to manage the variations in revenues. So we essentially have 3 reserve funds as seen on screen, we have the Revenue Stabilization Fund, the Insurance Fund. The Insurance Fund is to deal with claims that may present themselves against our group for negligent inspections, faulty permit review, et cetera, and a capital contribution fund, which is our fleet vehicles, our land management system, which is coming more fulsome in a more fulsome manner shortly. But really the fund in question is the revenue stabilization. That's where the overages go, and then that's where we draw from in years that aren't necessarily as financially beneficial. So next slide, please. So essentially, there's a lot of numbers here. I think the critical ones are about midway down the page, where it talks about our total costs in 2023 to enforce the Building Code and the Building Code Act. And these total costs are in the neighborhood of $26.5 million. If you add up essentially then the three numbers across the bottom, these are our reserve funds, and the 15.9 million, the 7.8 million, and the 1.8 million, they add up to about 25.6 million. So essentially our reserves now stand at 25.6 million, and the total cost to service building permits last year was 26.5 million. Next slide, please. So this is really the bottom line, I think, in terms of what's most critical. So looking back to 2019, literally on the bottom line, you'll see that our reserve balance was in the neighborhood of $31 million. And it kind of fluctuated a little bit. The line above is actually the transfer to or from building code reserves to achieve revenue neutrality. So, you'll notice in 2021, for example, we took in $4.5 million more. So we added $4.5 million to reserves. 2022, we pretty much hit it. We added nearly $500,000 to reserves. Whereas last year in 2023, we actually withdrew some $4 million from reserves. So our reserve fund, as indicated previously, the totality of the three accounts is now at $25.6 million or so. Next slide, please. And you can see there's a trend on, unfortunately. These are the building permit applications that we've received since 2019, the numbers. For a bit of context, I mean, this is one way to slice up our metrics. You could have one building permit for a high rise, typically, which could contain 100 units. So it's not always, the best metric, but whereas you could have 2 or 3 building permits associated with, say, a single family dwelling. You could have a permit for the house itself, a permit for a deck, and then a permit for a shed in a given year. So nonetheless, you'll see the trend. 2021 was an absolute record setter for us during the pandemic. And sorry, just to add, these are only permits to construct. They don't include demolition permits, for example. But we took in almost 10,000 applications in 2021, whereas last year in 2023, we didn't even quite make it to 7,000 for permits to construct. So this, to me, is naturally then the revenues that we took in are sort of in line with this trend. They're down. Next slide, please. And I just thought it was important, though, just that as I sit before committee today, just to add a little bit of context, because probably the number one question I get, from councillors is how long does it, or residents for that matter, how long does it take to get a building permit? What does a permit cost? Just ballpark, a building permit would typically be between $2,000 and $3,000 for a new house. Now there's development charges on top of that, but the only thing that, this report is concerned about is the actual building permit costs. And, in terms of review times, a new house currently is running about 15 days on average. Some are more, some are less. Now, these timelines are from the application date to the date of what's called first decision. Or it could be permit issuance if we happen to get an application that's just perfect. It meets the code as is. But generally what happens is we'll receive a building permit application, and then we'll send out a suite of deficiency letters. We being the city, not all of them are necessarily generated out of building code services. And these timelines are, I hope I can keep this straight, are to the last of the first round of deficiency letters. So if a building permit gets a zoning review, which they do, they'll get a building code review, possibly a structural review, a heritage review, in some instances, a forestry review. The clock stops when that last first round of letters is issued. So, or the building permit itself is issued. So just for context, a new house, we're running around 15 days, a little bit less if it's an e-footprint. So that's a repetitive model that some of the production builders lean on us for. So 15, 13 days. Obviously, a new complex building, which would be a tower or a building with an interconnected floor space, like a shopping center or something like that. These are complex buildings and consequently take longer to review. We're running at 47 days currently. You can see the numbers, small buildings, that's something in between the two, around like a 4-story building, something like that, the walk-ups, we're running around 22 days, 18 days, whether it's a large or a small building to first decision. It's never quick enough, right? I mean, there's a quality aspect that factors in, certainly. There's, completeness of application. There's obviously responses on the client's end. We always strive to do better. These numbers are down since 2021, as one could reasonably expect. That was a record-breaking year. So our timelines are trending down, which is encouraging. And I feel that they will continue to do so with the advent of some technology that we'll be releasing, our land management system, which will reduce our reliance and the industry reliance on paper-based systems and shuttling files around through internal mail. There'll be a lot more opportunities for clients and staff alike to leverage digital systems, anxiously anticipating that shortly. And also with, we have had some interns onboarded recently who will take a bit of time in the system, to get trained up and whatnot. But anyhow, I just thought I would add that additional context. So this does conclude my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, John. You do have some questions, starting with Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if you could comment on when you're describing within your direct costs, your enforcement, your complex cases, so on. I wonder if there has been any observable relationship between some of the housing shortages that we've seen and some of the creative ways that people are trying to provide housing. I know for my ward, our interactions with you have been primarily around licensed, unlicensed rooming houses, illegal rooming house builds. It's something that we'll be bringing more and more forward as the year progresses. Has there been a trend around, slicing and dicing homes, creative ways that creates pressure for us financially?
Definitely, it's an issue. I think it's an issue that I expect will be more prevalent with the with the intensification initiatives. Back to when I was a building inspector, that's arguably the most difficult form of construction to inspect and really to look at in the office. So you get a lot of homeowner jobs. You get a lot of contractors who maybe aren't as familiar with the compartmentalization concept with fire separations, fire dampers, etc. So the last time I checked, we're trending around 100 requests for service a month that our staff have to go out on. Sometimes they're for illegal apartments and whatnot. They range, but I do anticipate that trend to go upwards. So we are looking at different models in terms of how better to enforce the ones that go off the rails. And I mean, to me, it all ties together too, just with the whole permit, the cost for a building permit as well. That's something we have to be very mindful of, not just for affordability reasons that those earlier today have spoken to, but I mean, we have to be careful how we set our fees so that we don't drive people underground, so that building permit costs are not cost prohibitive and they say, you know what, I'll take my chances and hope the city doesn't find out. So it's a great question. It is a concern of ours. We're looking at bolstering and some different options on the enforcement front. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's certainly something we're observing in College Ward. And just if you can just offer me just a touch of latitude, Chair. We had a proposal come forward for a rooming house where they were looking for a committee of adjustment. And we were told by that proponent that if they aren't successful in getting a rooming house license, that they will just operate it as an unlicensed rooming house because they can. And so we are seeing more and more, I've heard from those developers, they're seeing more and more people interested in building rooming houses because of the revenue stream that it can afford them. It doesn't necessarily provide them with the best housing options for who we're trying to home. But the interaction between building code services and then, of course, bylaw and regulatory services is going to be really interesting from a planning and housing perspective. So I'll look forward to continuing that with this committee.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. Always interesting to see the stats. I'm interested in asking you about enforcement under the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code. Can you just give some examples of some service requests you might receive that fall under these two areas?
For sure. I mean, when we do talk about enforcement and of the building code in general, it's enforcement and administration. So when we talk about the cost to enforce and administer, I mean that's as fundamental as actually reviewing a set of plans for compliance to the building code or doing inspections under the normal building permit process. Typically, for example, for a house would receive a series, if everything goes as per plan, in the normal course of events, a house would involve a series of inspections from excavation once the hole is dug to the foundation gets looked at, to the framing, to the insulation, vapor barrier and air barrier. Prior to occupancy, it requires an inspection, then a final inspection as well. And our staff also inspect the plumbing aspects of a building, as well as the mechanical aspects of a building, the HVAC, air conditioning, et cetera, all for compliance to the Ontario Building Code. However, if things don't follow the normal course of events and someone is, say, constructing illegally, or they may have a building permit, but the construction is not in accordance with the building code, perhaps they use an unfamiliar contractor, or it could be a homeowner who's building, then we have a full suite of tools to issue orders under the authority of the Building Code Act, initiate prosecutions, and sometimes, these files take a little bit more effort. And again, as well, our staff do some applicable law reviews as well. Essentially, what the Building Code Act says, the Building Code says, is any new construction shall meet both the Ontario Building Code and other applicable law. Other applicable law is a defined term. So zoning being one. So we will review sets of plans, or even if there's a complaint, we'll have to look at it not only through a building code lens, but an applicable law lens. Conservation authority would be another example of applicable law. So there's really several touch points. We do offer a broad range of services, even beyond the building code and other applicable law. But this report itself is focused in the context of the building code and applicable law.
Thank you. So I just want to get to the heart of my concern, and that is whether it's my office or a member of the public calls 311 and reports a perceived breach
Yes.
of the building code or even the Ontario building code. Talk to me about the process that goes through. Someone builds a pool, there's no fence. Someone builds a building in the stairwell, there's no banister. I'm just picking some very low hanging fruit examples. What happens? You receive that inquiry or complaint?
Yes, for sure. And some informally through counselors as well. Yeah. So what happens in that case is a request for service is created. And our inspections group will go and attend. So to your point, we do also enforce the pool enclosure bylaw as well. And so once we receive the request through our MAP system, essentially, it will go to the local program manager of inspections who will task an inspector to dispatch an inspector essentially to the site. The inspector will go out and make a determination. Is there an issue here? Is what he or she is seeing in the field, is it a violation of the building code? And then they have a number of options in the system. Not an issue, close the file. Perhaps we will issue an inspection report, providing direction to obtain a building permit. If it's something that's more egregious, perhaps we go straight to an order. There's been instances where we've gone to a ticket, similar what you would get, like a provincial offense notice, similar to what you would get for a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. So we do have a whole suite of options. Certainly, we endeavor to take a progressive approach there. Sometimes, I mean, we don't want to hit thumbtacks with sledgehammers, for lack of a better way of putting it. Anyhow, whenever the offense is resolved, and that could be through obtaining a building permit plus a whole suite of inspections and approvals, the request is ultimately closed off.
So my last inquiry is about service standards to respond to those types of inquiries, regardless of what the source is. So what does your data say? How long does it take to respond to inquiries from the public for you to deploy staff on site to do those types of inspections? What's your service standard benchmark that you use in your office? Are we meeting it? Are we behind? Let this committee know whether or not you're fully resourced to respond adequately or reasonably to those public inquiries. Can you comment on that?
I actually don't have those numbers in front of me in terms of how we're doing on that with our request for service for the illegal construction. I could certainly mine those. For those, we do endeavor to get out there that week. I mean, it will within 5 days. It does depend. If the example that you cited, if there's something that is obviously unsafe, to the best of our knowledge, as we read the inquiry as it comes in, we'll go same day. For example, there was a vehicular collision into a building that was fairly well publicized yesterday. Our staff go right away in something like that. We do deal with building failures from time to time. Also at the request of Ottawa Fire Services, for example, we'll go same day on those, immediately drop everything. Let's get out there and help. If it's something a little, we will prioritize based on the urgency. If it's a shed that was built allegedly 5 years ago, those are treated differently, but we do endeavor to respond within the 5 days.
Thank you. If you feel that you have sufficient resources and public inquiries are being responded to in a reasonable time frame, then that's fine. I think for the future, just as a side note, I would appreciate just seeing some data in that regard, just sheer volume. How many inquiries are you receiving? And the types of inquiries and the average response time to them. I think that would be great data for this committee.
I'll gladly provide that. And just to add one more thing too, we also do have general lines. In addition to going through the 311 call center, we do have our own building code services general lines and inboxes. And so not every one of those inquiries one-to-one will actually necessitate a site visit. And those are numbers that we do track. I just unfortunately don't have them available today, but I'll provide them moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much. I guess I'll start by, I'm sure we told you this already, but a quick thank you for you and your staff last year after the tornado for your very proactive and quick response for Barrhaven. My question is, as we sort of look towards intensifying a little more across the city, going back on your earlier point that, you know, one detached home can generate, or one freehold home can generate multiple building permits for multiple things, whereas a high rise typically generates just one. Do you foresee an imbalance potentially starting to happen one day, as you know, as lower density developments sort of maybe reduce? I don't know what's in the pipeline, honestly, but let's say it does, and then we go towards more high rises. Do you foresee an imbalance in the revenue that you're going to get in the future?
That's a really good question. It's hard to say. I mean, for sure, you know, as I said before, the big ones are sort of our money makers. But yeah, if it's more the low rise permits that are really the volume, and they eventually start to outweigh, you know, the larger buildings, then that may be something that we have to be a bit more strategic about when we set our fees. You know, it is something that we monitor. You know, certainly I'm tuning into this committee, although I don't sit before you at every one of them. It's something that we really monitor to say what's in the pipeline here. I mean, you know, we're looking at some of the bigger projects, the Lansdowne 2.0s of the world, or the Ottawa hospitals of the world, and you know, those ones certainly do generate, you know, the higher, the bigger ticket ones in terms of permit revenue. But you're right. I mean, as the world changes and as the housing stock changes, I do think that that's something that we'll have to be more strategic about when we do our permit budgeting exercise. It's something smaller municipalities struggle with, because the majority of their permits would be decks, they'd be sheds, they'd be single dwellings and farm buildings, whatnot. And it's very hard to justify, you know, charging them $1,000 for a deck permit or something like that to actually attain revenue neutrality. So it's a great question. It's something that we'll have to you know, continue to monitor, sort of the scopes of permits that we're seeing, and you know, continue to be strategic about structuring our fees.
And is that but a short follow-up, is that contributory at all to the downward trend, or is that just something completely different?
I haven't really dove into it, you know, to that level. That's something that we do look at, you know, for budget time. You know, sort of what are the bulk of our permits? Where do the bulk of our permits lie? You know, certainly this was a broader presentation. We do track that through dashboards and whatnot that we monitor. I do anticipate, I do speculate that's a trend, you know, with to Councillor Johnson's point. Homeowners chopping up their homes in multiple different ways and stuff. If not now, I do suspect it will be moving forward, and that's something that we can track and you know, certainly pay mind to for the permit for the budget cycle, and how specifically you know, we attribute cost to each individual permit type.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the update. My questions are kind of a nice segue from Councillor Lowe, and the fact that maybe we need to be more proactive in communication, knowing that there could be a surge in people changing their homes because of the, you know, as of right, putting more units on their properties, and sort of being there ready to advise them. Like, I don't know what the communication plans are, and I apologize, I haven't seen anything, but do we do that? Like, you know, maybe we should have been at the home show last week. I didn't go myself, but something like that, where people are going because they're planning to do some work, and, you know, we're getting ahead of the curve and advising them.
Chair, and through you, thank you for your question. I don't disagree. I don't know if I should even go here, but we're anticipating seeing the what will be the new building code as early as tomorrow. Well, it was actually in the response to the inquiry. So that's very exciting for us, and we do have a suite of documents that we're working on, and that we've sort of hit pause on because specifically for the secondary dwelling units or additional dwelling units, which we expect to see more and more of. First, we need to know what the fundamental ground rules will be with the building code. So we have had several meetings internally on this exact issue. Often it's Mr. Wise, through his group as well, who are generating the suite of documents. So yes, there is there is some documentation in draft format, some user guides, some how do I install an SDU or a secondary dwelling unit, additional dwelling unit, etc. Right now, we're doing a bit of a wait and see, as is likely everybody here in the construction industry, to know what the to-be situation will be. So we're really hoping to see that sooner than later, hopefully as early as tomorrow.
Oh, good to know. And just a reminder to send out communications for councillors' newsletters, because we'll get messages out fast as well. So, well, we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Sorry, my window. I don't see any further questions for you from members. So members, is this item received? Received. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have the half funding still to go, as well as the OP amendments, one of which will engender some discussion with about 7 delegations signed up. What I'm going to propose is that we take 15 minutes now so you can get a lunch, if that's okay with the committee, and then we'll get through those final 2 items, but there is some significant time left. So please be back in the room by 12:14. Sorry? All right, we have more than quorum, so we'll get back underway. So the next item on the agenda is obviously the Housing Accelerator Fund, how we're going to use that and the roadmap. I know staff have done a lot of work on that. There's no surprises in what we've seen, but let's let them take us through it. Lauren or Royce, who's going to start us off?
Chair, I'm actually just going to make a few opening remarks if I can. So thank you, Chair. I'd just like to provide a little bit of framing and a little bit of context if I can. Housing is the most important, pressing, and substantive issue currently affecting our residents. It's the focus of our City Council, of course, and this committee, the focus of multiple pieces of provincial legislation, and the focus of remarkable federal leveraging of its funding power to affect change at a local level. Response to the housing crisis at a municipal level has been significant and involves deep reconsideration of all the ways in which the municipality can influence the delivery of homes. From development and planning to inspections and facilitation of capital projects, the city is focusing on navigating these incredible pressures for the benefit of all of our residents, while also keeping our eye on the long-term health and livability of our city. I'll just provide a little bit of framework here. Back in 2021, this council passed the official plan, which contains sweeping policy moves to build homes within our urban boundary and spread diversity of homes across our neighborhoods, and affirmed our vision for Ottawa to be the most livable mid-sized city in North America. We know the story of the challenges that led up to the approval of the official plan by the province, the final approval of our official plan concurrent with Bill 23, the report from the Provincial Housing Affordability Task Force, the Municipal Housing Pledge, requirement for Ottawa to deliver housing starts on 151,000 homes over the next 10 years. And that was just 2023. The work of this committee and this council has been substantive in meeting these challenges, from providing staff direction to implementing OP policy by embarking on an ambitious rewrite of the zoning bylaw, to supporting the profound restructuring and development review to meet the new provincial timeline requirements. Last October, the committee and this council approved the removal of floor area and other barriers to accessory dwelling units to truly enable and go beyond the Bill 23 intent to allow 3 units per lot, which has brought missing middle opportunities to 60% of lots across this city, a sweeping down payment on the work we need to do. This council has also reaffirmed the intent to allow mid-rise on minor corridors, which will also provide many new opportunities for new homes. These are all big deals. But there is more work to do. The HAF agreement illustrates our commitment to continue making those systemic changes needed to make housing delivery happen, from support to the new zoning bylaw and digital twin to pairing up land and housing providers as efficiently as possible. These investments will all reap dividends, and the funds will flow to our housing providers through the housing pipeline, which will directly result in the most substantive investment in nonprofit housing in Ottawa in decades. This is a Team Ottawa challenge to deliver as many homes as we can using every lever that we have available, but it is also our responsibility to ensure that we are doing it right with well-built, well-designed homes and neighborhoods that give our residents the best foundation possible for long-term success, and in turn ensuring that we are providing the infrastructure, supports, and services needed for livability. So I want to take a moment to thank our colleagues who all contributed to make this happen in PRED, in housing services, city manager in the mayor's office, and members of this very committee. This has truly been a Team Ottawa effort. I'd now like to turn it over to Royce and Lauren, who will walk you through our actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for that great context. So by way of introduction, I'm Royce Fu, an acting manager of planning policy. And with me is Lauren Reeves, the manager of housing services, and Paul Levine, the director of housing services. We're pleased to present item 5.7 on your agenda today, being the Housing Accelerator Fund use of funds. Next slide. So just a quick overview to the presentation. Provide a bit of a background to how we got to where we are today, go over the city's growth targets and our contribution agreement with CMHC, a brief description of our action plan, how the city will receive funds and how those funds are tied into our action plan and growth targets, and staff's recommendations for a spending plan. Next slide. So in March 2023, CMHC, actually can go back one more slide, please. Okay, it's not there, so that's okay. In March 2023, CMHC announced the Housing Accelerator Fund application process, and staff had been working with CMHC to understand the nuances of the program, the application, what is an action plan, what are initiatives, milestones, and growth targets. That culminated in a council approving our action plan in July of last year that focused on 10 initiatives. And then in December of 2023, CMHC approved Ottawa's application through a contribution agreement between the City of Ottawa and CMHC that makes the city eligible for up to $176.3 million. Next slide. So we are here to talk about the use of funds. So provide some context of what eligible uses of that money are. There are four main categories: investments in our municipal action plan, investments in affordable housing, investments in housing related infrastructure such as drinking water, wastewater, and solid waste management as examples, investments in community related infrastructure that supports housing, and that could be sidewalks, bicycle lanes, and green space and landscaping. Just to be clear, half cannot be used to directly subsidize a development project unless it has a relationship to an affordable housing project. And half must be spent by the end of 2027. Next slide. I think next slide. It's going back. There we go, growth targets. A brief description of our growth targets. It is from the start of 2024 to the end of 2026, where the city has to issue building permits that will result in 37,500 dwellings. And over that 3-year period, that basically averages out to be about 12,500 a year. We look back in the last 2 years, post-pandemic, we issued about 11,000 building permits for dwellings. The growth targets also have specific dwelling type targets that relates to close to transit stations. 12% are to be apartments outside of those transit station areas. 7% are to be missing middle, and missing middle is defined as anything that's not a single family detached on one end and not a mid-rise apartment on the other end. And then the remainder is about 18% is single family detached. The third categories of growth targets relates to affordable housing targets, where we have to issue 2,100 dwellings through building permits for affordable housing. Next slide. So a high level overview of our action plan. The objectives of our action plan is to really align with CMHC's Housing Accelerator Fund and also the province's municipal housing pledge objectives. And that really boils down to removing systemic barriers to housing supply, increase or expedite our housing supply, and ensure Ottawa is development ready at the end of the day so that we can issue as many building permits as the market can bear. Next slide. And a French can stay, the English, next slide, please. Great. So our action plan does have 10 initiatives. The first initiatives are transit-oriented zoning amendments and inclusionary zoning. And this is really a review of our zoning provisions in hubs, PMTSAs, and along corridors. We want to further accelerate site plan approval and building permit submissions. On the inclusionary zoning side, we will conduct an assessment, report on the feasibility of various inclusionary zoning scenarios, and any required official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Next slide on the English. Second initiative is increasing zoning permissions. So last fall, council passed a zoning bylaw amendment to allow up to 3 dwellings on a residentially zoned parcel with full municipal water and wastewater services as per Bill 23. So going forward, we will review the remaining challenges for these missing middle typologies, including as-of-right permissions and building permit process. Next slide, Initiative 3. Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan. This is a citywide CIP with financial incentives for market-oriented residential developments to include affordable units. Now, because this is geared more towards our for-profit housing providers and builders, so they would typically provide affordable housing in the upper end of that spectrum. We're currently targeting April for the consideration at Finance and Corporate Services Committee, along with the other CIPs. Next slide. Office to residential conversion pilot. So last fall, council adopted a suite of initiatives to streamline office to residential conversions. Going forward, we will explore with developers and landowners the potential impact that additional financial incentives might have on project feasibility. Next slide. Accelerate disposal and preparation of city-owned lands for housing. This is basically restructuring our own municipal lands disposal process so that housing services will have the first option to transfer lands to a non-profit affordable housing provider. Next slide. Affordable Housing Pipeline Strategies, Initiative 6. There are thousands of affordable dwellings planned by the nonprofit housing providers that are development ready. But they're really waiting within this pipeline, so to speak, for required capital funding to proceed. So going forward, this initiative provides the necessary funding to move these dwellings forward through the pipeline to building permit submission. Next slide. Initiative 7, streamlining planning approvals. This initiative builds on what we have already done for Bill 109. And it will further examine systemic changes to the planning approvals process to expedite approvals for zoning bylaw amendments, site plan control, and related official plan amendments. Next slide. New comprehensive zoning bylaw and digital twin tool. So the new zoning bylaw really is the fundamental component of reducing existing regulatory barriers over a long term. One of the changes of note that CMHC made to our application is for the consideration of 4 dwellings on residentially zoned lands with full municipal water and sanitary services as part of the new zoning bylaw. And this change is consistent with CMHC's approach in approving half applications for other municipalities. As an action plan item, the Housing Accelerator Fund can also offset lost funding that would from development charges that would have normally funded the new zoning bylaw project due to Bill 23. Half can also be used to assist the use of the digital twin tool to visualize the textual elements of the new zoning bylaw. Initiative 9 is the development of the on-site stormwater management tool. So Bill 23 changes remove developments with 10 or less dwellings from site plan control. And that site plan control process really allowed us to look at how we control on-site stormwater management from overloading the off-site stormwater system. So this initiative going forward is to develop a best practice guide to address on-site stormwater management through the building permit process as a replacement from what we would have looked at through site plan control. And next slide's Initiative 10, Housing Needs Assessment. So this would identify the number of households in core and severe core housing need, key areas of housing need across the housing spectrum, and the total number of dwellings needed over the next 5 or more years. The assessment will be completed alongside the upcoming 10-year housing and homelessness plan refresh. So all of these initiatives will require staff and or consulting resources for the respective reviews and analysis to be funded through HAF. And one more slide on the English. So in our report, we identify Initiative 6, the Affordable Housing Pipeline Strategy, as our key component to receive the majority of HAF funding. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren to provide some further details on that initiative and take us through the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Royce. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the Affordable Housing pipeline strategy is being developed based on the recognition that there are approximately 2,000 nonprofit affordable housing units targeting low to moderate income households that are at various stages of pre-development and which require capital funding to advance to construction. So by maximizing the capital funding to be directed toward these projects now, will improve our ability to meet the half affordable housing targets expressed as building permits issued by the end of 2026. Since we received our initial half allocation in December of last year, Housing Services quickly released a request for expressions of interest to a list of 26 eligible, affordable, and supportive housing projects to be delivered by 17 different nonprofit housing organizations. This list of priority projects for funding was approved by Council in September of last year through the Affordable Housing Capital Plan Report. The list of projects is attached to this staff report as document 1 for your reference. We've received submissions from 21 of 26 of the projects requesting either capital funding for construction in the near term, and where they couldn't achieve immediate construction, they've requested pre-development funding where a project could be shovel ready inside of the half timeline of the end of 2026. So this report recommends allocating 90% of the first 3 half advances, totaling $119 million, plus any available city capital from our 2024 affordable housing capital budget. The funds would be allocated to projects recommended through this REOI by way of conditional grants in contribution agreements. In order to manage financial risk of advancing the 2 half allocations that have not yet been received, milestone payments to the housing providers would be scheduled to ensure that the city's annual half allocation isn't exceeded each year. Once the amount of the 4th half payment is understood, consideration can be given to issuing another procurement to allocate 90% of that final funding tranche, whatever amount that is. Next slide, please. The half agreement between CMHC and the city is attached as document 4 to this staff report. And in it, you'll see that the city will receive 4 equal payments of just over $44 million each. The first was received in December of last year. And next slide, please. Receipt of the second and third advances by March 31st of 2025 and 2026 is conditional on the city meeting the milestones it set for itself related to the implementation of the initiatives in the action plan. Given that implementation of the initiatives is largely in our control, staff believe there's limited risk to receiving these next 2 advances. However, the 4th and final payment is tied to achievement of the growth targets that are set in the agreement. That is, in January of 2027, through our annual reporting to CMHC, we'll need to show that we've met the target of 37,500 building permits issued up to the end of 2026. Otherwise, the funding agreement provides that the minister may choose to provide the 4th installment in full, but may also choose to withhold the payment entirely or prorate it based on actual permits issued. So there is risk to receiving this final payment, given that many of the factors are beyond the city's control, which influence residential construction market, notwithstanding our initiatives aimed at streamlining and expediting approvals and housing construction. Next slide, please. So in terms of the spending plan, then the city is eligible to receive up to $176.3 million in housing accelerator funding, assuming all 4 advances are received in full. The recommended spending plan allocates the majority of the funds, or 90% of whatever amount is received, towards the nonprofit affordable housing pipeline strategy. So that amount is up to $158.7 million. And then the remaining 10% of funding, or up to $17.6 million, will go toward funding the implementation of the other 9 action plan initiatives aimed at increasing and expediting housing supply. Next slide, please. In order to implement the spending plan, staff are recommending approval of the 90-10 split of whatever amount of half funding is ultimately received. That authority be delegated to the Director of Housing Services to allocate 90% of funding by entering into contribution agreements with the nonprofit housing providers for the projects we received through the REOI. And further, that 90% of the first three advances totaling 119 million be allocated by the end of Q2 2024. That authority be delegated to the general manager of PRED to allocate 10% of the HAF funding to implement the remaining action plan. And then finally, to delegate authority to planning and community and social services to make minor adjustments to the spending plan as necessary in keeping with the approved action plan. Next slide. So next steps. Most of the action plan initiatives are already in progress and staff will continue to advance each one. The first key deliverable due to CMHC in Q1 of 2025 is the Housing Needs Assessment Report that will identify areas of key housing need across the housing spectrum. And as Royce mentioned, this report will also support the next 10-year housing and homelessness plan that'll be before you late next year. Annual reporting is required to be provided to CMHC in January of each of the program years to show progress in three areas. Firstly, on achieving the milestones related to the action plan, the initiatives in it. Secondly, on permits issued. And third, on how funds have been spent. Reporting in January is then followed by the next HAF allocation. We should receive those by March 31st of each year. And once comments are received from CMHC on our annual reporting in January, we're going to bundle that and submit a full reporting package to committee and council each year for your information. All HAF funds must be spent by the end of 2027 and reflected in a final use of funds report to CMHC in March of 2028, by which point we will have had to spend all of the funding. Otherwise, we would need to return it to CMHC. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation. I know there's lots of questions, so we'll kick it off with Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, this is obviously extremely important for our city, and I'm really happy to see that we've been able to get access to these funds. I do have some questions, though, in terms of the delegated authority aspect of this, particularly recommendation number 2, the council delegate authority to the Director of Housing Services to allocate 90% of what the city receives from all 4 advances of the Housing Accelerator Fund. That's not a small amount of money. And with this being so important for a city and for those who need housing, I mean, we just spent, half of this meeting hearing about how important this is. And I just wonder if delegating authority on that much money is reasonable. With council being the authority on budget, stewardship of funds, and with the memories of LRT very fresh in the minds of the residents of Ottawa, I do think that this council was sent here to exercise that authority whenever possible and to ensure proper stewardship of the funds. And of course, I'm not no disrespect intended to staff, but this is mostly just about making sure the public is comfortable with managing those funds. And so I would like to understand that a little bit better, the delegated authority part about it. So if you could explain how this might work, particularly the rationale for the delegated authority, what the process would look like for changes in allocation, and will we be getting regular reports at this committee in terms of how that delegated authority is being exercised?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. So the delegated authority for the 119 million is a commitment of the funding to the agencies, to the projects that we are in the process of selecting. And as Lauren pointed out, the amount of money per year that's going to be advanced for the projects is not going to exceed the annual amount, which is $39.6 million, I believe. And in terms of practices, this is common practice that that the Director of Housing has delegated authority to enter into service agreements with the proponents once council approves the overall spending plan and envelope, and we proceed in that manner. It's typical.
If I may add just one point, the allocations are intended also to go toward a council-approved list of projects. So it is limited to those 26 projects the council is aware of and has approved.
Okay, thank you for letting me know.
Those 26 projects to which we'd be delegating authority to you to fund are listed in document 2 of the report. Changes to that would require council approval.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Curry?
Thank you. So just so that we're all clear, 90% of 176.3 million is 158 million. So it's because of the tranches that you've got 119. It's not because it's not 90% of the full 176.
So the 119 is the first 3 tranches, and then the 4th one, which is being withheld, depending on the growth targets, on meeting the growth target. When you add that one to the 119 is 158.
Got it. Okay. Just want to make sure I was clear about that. Okay. So I'm sure you received a letter from GOBA that was sort of the overall message, if I can paraphrase, is that 90% fine, but the other 10%, those initiatives that are the other 9 important initiatives, I guess what they were asking for, and certainly what I'm asking for, I think council would be asking for, is that we definitely get outcomes in terms of a report. I understand you have a report that has to go to CMHC. When you're listing what CMHC is looking for, I didn't hear outcomes, and very different from outputs and, justification for why the money was spent. But I'm looking for a report I'm hopeful we would get specifically saying for this particular tool that it then produced an outcome that accelerated housing, and that you can quantify that it's a measurable outcome, not an output. Is that something we would see?
So, Mr. Chair, the outcomes would be our progress on our milestones, our specific milestones within our action plan. And then the use of half funding would also report of that 10%, what was spent to get to those milestones. It's not necessarily always tied to building permit, because a lot of it's really difficult to say that because of staff resources, consultant resources going into this initiative that result in X permits. Right? It's very difficult to do a direct correlation. So we can report on achieving the milestones, which are specific to a time period, and what type of actions go towards that initiative. And the use of funds report would also identify how the money was used for that 10% component.
Okay. I mean, I understand that. It's just, I always see us, we say, okay, we're going to create a tool, and the tool is going to help us. And I would argue maybe some of these tools would help with a lot of other housing, not just the housing for this fund. Like these tools will help us in general. I would like to see as a councillor, though, that there is an actual measurable outcome tied to some of these tools, even if it's anecdotal, and not just, it produced this many apartments specifically. I just find that we generally lack that information as councillors, that something that we did and money was spent, whether it was our money or not, that we can actually say it's tied to an outcome. So, I mean, delegated authority, I'm happy to support this recommendation. I think that that's probably the fastest way to go about it. But I do ask that when we do get reports and updates, that there's some outcome that we can see that specifically is tangible for this money.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, staff can undertake to try and provide those outcomes in a report.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I just thank you to everybody and congratulations. This is a very exciting time in housing for sure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. I'm just wondering if you might want to write out what you just asked, and which I've heard staff commit to, so that we have a record of a direction that's been undertaken.
Okay, like in the next couple of minutes?
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Oh, thank you very much. And this is exciting news. And going to put on my OCH hat on for a bit and say that OCH is thrilled to have these to have a number of projects approved. I just want to point out to people that it takes years for them to get to the point where they're on the list to be included. And I think people should understand that it's not like OCH, could you build a few things here? It's already much of the investment and getting it up to being ready, with architects and geotechnical study, everything's all been done. I don't know how much that is the case for projects, because that's a big investment right there for nonprofits. And I think it'd be good to understand how that works.
Mr. Chair, if I understand the comment and the question is that projects that have been submitted are at different stages of development. And so some may be shovel ready and some are more in the development phase and zoning planning processes. And so our pipeline, our list of projects in our pipeline are at various stages of that.
Yeah. So in terms of getting those houses or those units occupied, is there any time limit on that in terms of, we have a deadline, we have to spend the money by 2027. What about occupancy?
Chair, occupancy is not a requirement related to half necessarily. The target is to have building permits issued by the end of 2026 to achieve the full 37,500 and ensure that we do get that final fourth tranche. As we look at the 21 submissions that were received under that REOI, one of the key considerations is readiness, shovel readiness. And so those that are further advanced will be vying for the limited capital funding that we have.
Thank you. I also appreciate, and these aren't necessarily OCH files, but projects that are related to older adults. As the comments from Councillor Troster was talking about, the vulnerability of older adults on fixed incomes needing affordable accommodation. And they sound like a lot of them are victims of dem evictions and renovictions. So I just want to say, appreciate that very much. I think that's really important too. And I know there's a strong need for that. So that's appreciated. In terms of smaller developers, I'm not, obviously that's not the case right now, but in the future, will this streamlining process, will it help them in terms of providing nonprofit units or sort of affordable housing units for smaller developers?
There's various developers that come forward with different projects, and some are smaller and some are, as you know, for OCH, for example, are very big. And so we look at any projects that come forward that people have as want to propose to us, and they're evaluated the same.
I think 20 units is the smallest you can go for the funding help.
Are you referring to the CIP?
Yeah.
The community improvement plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, we want to see those as well, especially because of transit oriented development.
Right.
I'm seeing a lot of that, of course, in Bay Ward because of the stage 2 system. So we hope that they take advantage of that, but it's an option still, right? It's not a mandatory. It's something that they must agree to, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I think people need to understand that. So we'll certainly be asking them, and hopefully they will be taking up on that. And anyway, Ottawa Community Housing is very happy with the results, and we'll continue working closely with the city, who's our only shareholder. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Merci, Conseiller Kavanagh. Conseiller Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I I do want to start off by acknowledging Councillor Kelly's first line of questioning, and that is about the delegated of authority matter for item 2, the recommendation number 2. I seem to recall that year after year when the city allocates funding for housing projects, recommendations do come to committee. That I've gotten a heads up from the GM in the past, and we've approved projects given the amount of money, and just that's been the normal course. So I'm just seeking clarification on the answer that was provided to the councillor. This is a significant amount of money, and I'm not sure why we wouldn't come through committee. So committee sees the list of housing projects that are being proposed per year of the 4-year plan and go through that way. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So through the delegated authority bylaw, staff have the delegated authority to manage and expend funds against their authority threshold. The tradition for housing services and the requirement often imposed by other levels of government in terms of our agreements with them require us to bring before committee the spending plan for projects that may fall within that authority or outside of that authority. What we choose to do as standard practice is to bring to committee the spending plan and ask for the delegated authority right up front to enable us then to make the flexible and expedited decisions that are required to advance towards the goals the council has set. In this case, it's to advance towards the number of units that are possible to be achieved through the projects that will be approved and for which funding will be expended up to the 119 million. That's subject of the report in front of you today. So the council has already approved the capital plan. The council approved the capital plan, the housing capital plan last fall. In that housing capital plan were the list of the, I believe it was 26 initiatives. And those were the subject of the recent ROI for the purposes of the Housing Accelerator Fund. So important to understand the councils have provided approval already and delegated authority. And for this particular funding and expending of these particular funds, we're bringing back the requirement now for the spending plan so that we can move quickly to move forward the projects.
So why is item 2 of the motion necessary if you state that delegated authority has already been provided? Why is that permission being sought again by committee and council?
Delegated authority is being sought with regard to the threshold of funding that's being spent and expedited. So to be clear, important for council to allow the Director of Housing Services to enter into funding agreements up to $119 million, which is beyond the delegated authority bylaw.
Okay, but I'm saying, why is that considered the best practice? Instead of coming to this committee once a year and say, here's the plan for this year, here are the projects, here are, to Councillor Curry's point, here are we're trying to meet these specific objectives. We had a pie chart of the types of housing we wanted to support, so we can see the money spread out evenly across the city. Why would that not be the best practice? Then one agreement today, Mr. Levine has for the next 4 years carte blanche to do what he wants. Why would we not have a check and balance process? Significant amount of money. Federal government would probably want to see that. And we engage the public and allow the public the opportunity to come here and delegate and provide comment on that. So why would that not be the best practice for the use of this money?
Chair, given that these projects are long-term in nature, so the investments need to be made relatively soon in order to advance the projects, we're coming before you with a spending plan to be able to make those investment commitments to advance those projects.
Do we know what it would cost to build all 26 projects on this list?
I have looked at 16 of which met the minimum requirements of our REOI, and the total pressure was 185 million for 16 of those.
Okay. And are we expecting that every project on this list on page 31 of the report will be funded? Or these are ones that pre-qualify? And again, it's up to Mr. Levine to decide who gets funded and who doesn't.
The REOI is a competitive, fair procurement process. We have an evaluation team set up to meet actually tomorrow afternoon to start reviewing these. We have a fairness monitor. We have a subject matter expert from the external, from the sector sitting within this panel. The subject matter experts are from planning, CREO, infrastructure, and they will make recommendations of the highest rated projects from the list, from the submissions to the director for entering into contribution
Okay,
agreements.
but there's no point here where members of council, or if you're considering a project or projects in a particular ward, would be consulted as part of that process. Is that correct?
Chair, apologize, Councillor, I didn't realize you weren't finished.
I am.
Okay, my apologies. Chair, I think it is important to just reiterate that the projects that are on the list and the projects that are going through the REOI, they are selected because they are shovel ready. These are projects that have gone through the planning process. They are ready to go to building permit. The only thing that is stopping them from being able to move forward to building permit is by and large funding for them to move forward. And so that's why those projects are in particular are being oriented more specifically. The other thing that I think is also important to just to keep in mind, just in terms of the context of this, is that the clock for the permits that we need to count and report back to CMHC started January 1st, 2024. So it is the number of permits that we issue over these next 3 years. That is why the emphasis has been to select projects that can deliver units now, rather than looking at stimulating new projects that might have 3 or 5 year time frame. And that is also why we are looking at really the bulk of the funding going towards those permits for projects that could result in units that residents can get the benefit from as fast as possible, while allocating the other portion of funds towards the longer, more systemic changes that we also need to do to provide that long-term security as well. I hope that provides a bit of clarity.
I appreciate that. I recognize on the list 4 projects in my ward. I would say 2 are have gone through, actually 1 has gone through a site plan process. 3 of the other 4 have not. So they the wheels are in motion to be ready, shovel ready, but 3 of the 4 are still waiting to have site plans approved. So I'm not going to hide the fact that there's 1 on this list that causes me and my community significant concern. And I would appreciate the opportunity to discuss with staff about what my priorities are in my ward for the projects listed on this list, not to interfere with any other ward, but to share my concerns so that staff are aware of those concerns, so that as staff are making their own prioritized list across the city, they will have at least considered my input within my ward, what I consider to be priorities. You've got in my ward sort of family oriented, you have seniors residents oriented, you have very young adult oriented, and you have people who have significant high acuity that need places to live as well. So I'm at the point today at committee where I'm learning more about how staff prioritize this list. I don't see this whole list being financed over the next 4 years. And if we're going to give staff the full delegated authority as of basically when council meets. And this is not going to come back to committee and the public isn't going to have an opportunity to provide input after that. I certainly want to sit down with staff and provide them my concerns with this list here. So I appreciate, Chair, the opportunity, and I wanted to get that on the record today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we're very happy to sit down with the councillor and listen to his concerns and do our best to address those. Thank you.
And then I just want to make sure, Councillor Brockington, that it's clear that if we give staff the delegated authority to move ahead with this and then council does the same, there's not a political opportunity to change the list.
Yeah, I'm aware once city council ratifies a recommendation, that's it. It doesn't mean that at council I will not be bringing a motion forward to amend the trajectory of at least one of these items. Thank you.
Understood. Excellent. Okay, thank you. Conseil Kitts.
Merci. I was going to ask about any risks or concerns you have with reaching those targets, since, as you noted, there's a significant amount of money that's contingent on that. You did say that in your presentation that in your estimation, there's limited risk because they are within the processes within the city's control. But I think we all know that it's not uncommon for work to get bogged down here due to resources or siloing or workloads. So I was just hoping you could unpack your confidence a little bit in reaching those goals.
Chair, I think we're speaking of two risks here. The risk that I spoke of in my presentation, it's limited in terms of advancing the next two tranches of funding without them being received yet, because what we would do is phase the milestone payments to the housing providers to the point where we're not exceeding 39.6 million each year of the program. So limited risk financially to the city in that respect. I think Councillor is asking about risk in delivering the number of affordable units that we've committed to. And in that regard, we have the pipeline strategy, but there are also a couple of other initiatives that will help us achieve the targets of for affordable units, the community improvement plan, for example. I'm thinking of the vacant land strategy. Those two can also help us achieve the affordable housing targets. We will be advocating to the province for some additional funding as well, because we have a significant amount of municipal. We're using the half funding federally. We will also be looking for some additional provincial funding to contribute to this initiative, the pipeline initiative.
Okay, so still very confident that reaching our targets is not going to be an issue.
In terms of the affordable housing component, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. Just wondering, the definition of affordability that we're looking at, which is below average market rent, doesn't match our official plan definition of affordability. And I'm curious if that came from the federal government or, why that difference in definitions for the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Chair, the definition that we've used for affordable housing in the context of the Housing Accelerator Fund is average market rent, because it actually sets the benchmark as high as we're able to go. And it allows us to deliver more units that are defined as affordable and which would then receive the $19,000 per unit bonus from the half funding formula. So that's why we're trying to maximize what qualifies as affordable by setting that affordable definition as high as possible.
Okay, and in the applications you received, I know it says one of the criteria is level of affordability. So can you give more context around how that is weighted or being evaluated in the proposals?
Thank you. The REOI will evaluate level of affordability. It'll evaluate, as I said, shovel readiness or project readiness for construction. and design consideration for the clients and geographic location, those sorts of things. But to get into specific detail of how we're weighting the various criteria, I would say shovel readiness is what's weighted most heavily, given the race against time that we're under with the Housing Accelerator Fund program.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of anything that has been done recently or that's being planned to accelerate the development review process for nonprofits, whether that's in site plan or pre-application process or zoning?
Chair, I'll start off. And again, it is important to note that all of these initiatives are very much intertwined. And they're also intertwined with initiatives that we are proceeding outside of the HAF agreement as well that have been launched beforehand. For example, we have a couple of initiatives that we have been working through. Initiative 7, which is with respect to the streamlining of planning approvals, really looks into how we're looking at our development review processes. In particular, how are we setting up specific processes that can assist with moving forward with nonprofit and affordable housing providers. That is work that has been going through as part of that development review services team streamlining effort with the culmination of the development review all wards team, which will be providing that focus and that ability to be able to move a housing provider through the system in a bit more of an efficacious manner. The other thing as well that we also have to keep in mind is we also have the Affordable Housing Task Force, which is flowing out of the Affordable Housing Audit that came through to committee a month or so ago. That committee is working together between housing services, between PRED, between a number of different departments that are looking also for other ways to improve processes. In particular, how can we move through a high social impact project in a more efficacious manner as it moves from start all the way from CREO, land acquisition, through my colleague Peter here, all the way through to the development review process and into building code as well too, into John Buck's shop, and how can we be more proactive in moving all of those through. So there are multiple concurrent streams that are happening here that will all feed upon one another. Some of those processes are in place. Some of them are quite new. So we are going to be looking at how do we measure that success of those projects as they go through. And of course, as we are under the timeline pressure with respect to the permits that need to flow through, how can we be aggressive and very nimble in making those changes that need to be made as those projects flow through and learn as those first major projects start to come through to permit issuance.
Okay, so just to be clear, if OCH development was submitted, we should see that going through faster than the average for-profit housing development, whether that's through pre-consultation or through zoning or through even the legal stage. Is that correct?
Chair, the existing high social impact program does provide front of line service for projects like those that could come through with from OCH or other non-for-profit housing providers. The system as it's established today, I think it's recognized through the audit on affordable housing, through work that's being done through the interdepartmental task force that was established to work on housing related initiatives. I think there is going to be some refinements to that and other opportunities to come forward in the coming months to help further streamline processes tied to affordable housing by nonprofits. But today, if OCH has an application today, they do get front of line service. Every application has its own, works that come along with it. And sometimes those issues can go through quickly and sometimes they're harder to resolve. But certainly we are looking at opportunities to build on the HSIP program and further streamline opportunities.
That's good. I'm just wondering also, my last question on this line, are nonprofits like OCH exempt from any studies that we have for for-profits? For example, urban design review or even traffic studies?
The HSIP program as it's established today does not exempt them from studies and plan requirements. That is something that we are looking at and would look forward to coming back to committee and council for further direction in the coming months.
Okay, I just raise it, and also in relation to some of the other conversation about delegated authority, appreciating, yes, committee and council need oversight. We are in a housing crisis. We're looking at this funding 2,000 affordable homes. We have a waiting list of 12,000. Any barrier that we can take down that takes time, even another report coming back to council is another at least a month, maybe 6 weeks of delay. And obviously we have an imperative from the agreement with the federal government to move quickly so we don't miss timelines. But if we move quickly, it saves money for the nonprofits as well. So any support that staff would need from committee or council to make changes to that process, I think we are very open to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. It's sort of this is sort of also on the point about the delegated authority, and even though I'm generally comfortable with it because we'll always have the authority to revoke it if we really want to, I personally like to sort of bring me to that full comfort. I personally would like to see communication from staff before the report gets sent to the CMHC, as well as a list of projects that are expected to proceed when we receive that next tranche of funding. Is that something that's doable? Is that already in the plan? And then if not, can that be done, like, let's say at least one planning committee meeting before the report is submitted?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the plan is to communicate to council which projects will have been selected and that will proceed with development as we do with any requests for proposals or requests for expression of interest. We do inform council of the outcome of that process.
Okay. So those projects that are on the list in document 2, are they all expected to proceed upon receiving like one tranche of the funding, or are there some there that might need 2 or 3 years worth of funding? Because my thinking is this is probably dependent on the federal government approving their annual budget, just like we do, right? And like if there's a project that needs like multiple years worth of funding from the half, my worry is that they'll receive X amount 1 year, and then they think, oh, we just need another little bit next year, and then that little bit never comes because of a change of policy or something. Is that a risk that could happen?
Chair, we have requested authority to allocate the first 3 tranches of the Housing Accelerator Fund up to $119 million. And we're quite confident that we will receive all 3 tranches. Therefore, our intention would be to enter into contribution agreements where it's for the purpose of construction of a project. We would fund the necessary amount through the $119 million. So they wouldn't need to come back for additional funding. It would be funded in full to the extent necessary. There would also be some projects that would receive some pre-development funding, and that's where it's just getting them through the planning process to a point where they do need some capital funding to construct.
Okay, I understand the confidence, but is that still a possibility? Like, are the future tranches subject to the federal government's next budgets? Like, we know, for example, in our e-bus, we approve this whole loan whole budget authority, but it's still subject to annual approval. Is the half is each tranche of the half subject to that same approval by the federal government?
Chair, that is not, of course, we don't have an idea about the inner workings of the federal government accounting process, so we cannot say that for certainty. The assurances that we've had from the CMHTC team that we've been working for is that they do have an allocation of funds that they are going to be dispersing on annual assessments. The third tranche that they issue will be based upon the CMHC's review of how well we are achieving those milestones. And that is, again, a CMHC department level review. It is the 4th tranche that is subject to minister oversight. So the minister would then look at how well Ottawa has done in achieving its growth targets. So that is, have we achieved the 37,500 permits divided by the categories? In addition to, have we made all reasonable efforts to complete all of the milestones as well? That decision would be made by the minister at the time. That is the information that we have. With respect to whether they may shift tranche 1, tranche 2, tranche 3, again, that's something that we don't have that clarity on. But our discussions with CMHC would indicate to us that it is the first 3 tranches that we have some assurance with. It's that 4th tranche that is the uncertainty.
Yeah, understood. No, the 4th tranches, you were very upfront about the risk of it not happening depending on our progress. Sorry, a portion of it. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Tierney?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thanks to Lauren and Mary Dickinson, the whole crew. I know it's been many, I'm forgetting everyone, so you never start announcing people as a politician or you get in this trap. But that being said, you've heard me here time and again. We've been working, I think it's like 6 years on that parcel of city land that we've transferred. Now they're going to, hopefully we're shovel ready for many years. We've done grant applications outside of this in the past. And unfortunately weren't successful, even though it's, 50 units, 6-story building, food cupboard, indigenous factor with wigwamming. It checks every box. And I'm hoping with this new process that there's going to be success, obviously. 2024 is a big year all around, including Nickelback. But aside from that, I wanted to thank you for all the work, because the federal government really at the end of the day is the one that was kind of saying yay or nay. And I'm very hopeful of this round. And to the chair's point, I think you guys do a terrific job. You actually look at the data, you look at the external factors, internal factors, proximity to, for example, I have a food cupboard in mine, a very highly used one. So I prefer to leave everything in the hands of the professionals. I think that's the way we have to go. It avoids queue jumping. They're faster and more nimble where they know those projects are going to go. And I fully support your efforts. I know you have a daunting task ahead, and now that we actually have some money, it's now you can actually go more full speed, which is terrific as well. So it was more of a thank you, and just saying thanks for all the work that they do. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Well said, Councillor Tierney. Thank you. Councillor Curry, do you mind if Councillor Johnson goes first? Does not haven't posed a question yet. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if you might be able to expand on the Ottawa Community Land Trust within that list, with the respect that it's varied, knowing that they don't necessarily have a mandate to build affordable housing. How do they fit the criteria for that? And what will we be seeing?
Thank you, Chair. OCLT was added to the list back in the fall as being a priority for funding with the other projects. In this case, as long as they could submit a proposal that would mean creation of new permits, new units, perhaps they would purchase a different form of building and they could convert them to residential units, they could qualify for affordable housing under this program.
I agree. Councillor Curry?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have this direction written out, but just before I read it as it's actually written, I just want to say, just so we're all clear, the 9, other than number 6, have the potential to really help us, right? And so hence, I'm not asking for outcomes, which I think people will be fine with, so that because I don't believe in them, I want outcomes because I want to be able to show how important it is too. And let me just read out a couple of them. Increase zoning permissions to allow for multi-unit intensification. Like I look at what's happening in the tech park with our community pilot program, CPP, there's too many Ps, but permitting program, right? That should help us a ton, be able to get things done faster. The other one, streamlining planning approvals. Well, that is Nokia, right? That was amazing how quickly that went through and how helpful it was. So just the digital twin tool, how will that actually help us? So that's why I think the outcomes would be very helpful to us to know what else we need to do or what gave us the biggest bang for the buck, which tool helps us the most. So hence my direction was simply that the Planning and Housing Committee directs staff to report back with an outcome report with respect specifically to the 9 initiatives outlined in the Housing Accelerator Fund spending plan that are separate from the pipeline. I think the pipeline is self-explanatory, but the other 9 outcomes would help us. So that was the direction, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. And do staff take that direction?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So the minutes will reflect that. Did you have anything further, Councillor Curry? In that case, I'd just like to move over to Councillor Lowe because he wants to ask you if you'll take direction on something else.
Thank you. And I know you said that it is your plan to communicate the contents of your submission to the CMHC to us prior to, but I think when it comes to delegated authority, this amount, it probably will give me, at least me, some comfort to put this into writing. So am I supposed to read this, or I'm new to this?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, the direction is that staff shall communicate to council through memo or IPD the contents of the forthcoming report to CMHC, at least one planning and housing committee prior to the submission. The report shall also contain a list of projects expected to proceed upon receipt of the next tranche of the HAF.
Will staff take that as direction?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just wasn't sure about the language about the last tranche, but I think might be.
Oh,
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so if you want, I can add for 2025 and 2026. That staff shall communicate to council through memo or IPD the contents of the forthcoming report to the CMHC, at least one planning and housing committee prior to the submission. The report shall also contain a list of projects expected to proceed upon receipt of the next tranche of the HAF. If you want, I could add 2025 and 26.
I have some questions of staff of my own, so maybe have a sidebar to clarify all that.
Sure.
Because it sounds like staff may still need a bit of clarification on that.
Okay.
Thanks. Do any other members have questions of staff? I don't see any, so I'll ask about the 4 units because that's something that's coming across my desk a fair bit. My understanding is that we are committed in the first 2 drafts of the comprehensive zoning bylaw to propose 4 stories as of, 4 units as of right. In each of those drafts on any service residential lot. So 4 units as of right, every residential lot as a proposal in the drafts. And then it will come forward in the final draft upon which we vote. And it will be council's decision whether or not to approve 4 units. If I take a look at the different risk levels, because we know that that 4th tranche is based on a political consideration. There's a lot of discretion at the political level, and it's tied to the growth target. So help me, I want to see if this is accurate. The lowest risk for council in getting the most we can out of the 4th tranche is if we approve 4 units on every lot and we achieve our growth targets. I don't think it'll be a very challenging conversation at that point. There's a medium risk involved if we don't approve the 4 units on every property, but we do achieve our growth targets, right? There's a political discussion. We've achieved our growth targets. The highest risk with respect to receiving the full amount of the 4th tranche would be if we don't achieve our growth targets and we don't approve 4 units as of right on every lot. That's when that political discussion would become a little bit more challenging. Have I understood the risks correctly here?
Chair, you have. Just the 4th tranche is contingent on our growth targets. The 3rd tranche is contingent on the action plan, including the new zoning bylaw at the end of 2025. But I would agree with the characterization of those low, medium, and high risk scenarios with respect to the 3rd and the 4th tranches.
And I just want to make sure that it's clear for everyone. If council doesn't approve 4 units, which was within its purview, there is still the possibility, if we achieve all of our growth targets, that we could, as long as we have proposed it and that's been voted down in the comprehensive zoning bylaw, my understanding is that there is still a chance that we could achieve the full 4th tranche as long as we have achieved our growth targets. But there is a risk if we don't approve 4 units and we don't achieve our growth targets, that, you know, the 4th tranche could be endangered.
So, Mr. Chair, with respect to the 4 units in the zoning bylaw, the risk is related to the third tranche, which would be in March 2026.
Okay, that 3rd tranche is achieving the items in the action plan, but achieving the items in the action plan, I want to be really clear on this. I thought that what the action plan says, or our commitment, is to ensuring that we propose 4 units in each of those. It's not actually approving 4 units.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. So the zoning bylaw and the adoption of a zoning bylaw that may or may not include a permission for 4 units per lot is part of the action plan, which is tied to the 3rd tranche. Now, any building permits that manifest from that, and if we could see a significant increase of, let's say, missing middle units as a result of that, that would go towards the growth targets in the 4th tranche.
So I think we're on the same page. I do want to make sure that council understands what risks there are if we don't approve 4 units everywhere, or on, you know, municipally serviced land.
So I would ask legal to provide sort of their opinion on the milestones in our action plan with respect to milestones for the zoning bylaw drafts that has the consideration of 4 units, and the final bylaw approval, which the action plan does not note 4 units.
And that's exactly the clarity that I'm looking for.
Mr. Chair, the city can promise that a certain item be considered in the zoning process. And that's why in the first 2 iterations moving forward, the city can promise that it will look at and include as a proposal to permit zoning as of right for 4 units. What the city cannot do for a private developer, nor for the federal or provincial government, is undertake or make a binding commitment as to a particular result in the zoning bylaw. And that's why that commitment has not been made for the final product as enacted.
Fantastic. So it is half funding is not entirely dependent on whether or not we approve 4 units in the final bylaw, but it does create risks.
I concur with Mr. Fu that your earlier assessment on risk is accurate.
Fantastic. That was my question. Just, I think it's important to have that on the table. Do any members have any further questions? Oh, yeah, Councillor Lowe, have you achieved some clarity with staff as to what you're seeking?
So I a little bit. So I believe that if I may seek some, I guess, clarification first. After we submit the report to the CMHC, they're going to provide us with their feedback, which then gets you're going to bundle all together with the original submission plus the feedback, and then that will include a list of projects expected to go ahead. It doesn't affect me. I'm not in my ward, but I'm sure that some of my colleagues will be interested in that information just before the funding is released. Is that so? After the feedback?
The projects that will proceed with funding will be confirmed as of Q2 of this year. I think what you and I just discussed was that I think the counselor is looking for reporting to committee and council in advance, maybe in advance of our January reporting to CMHC. You'd like to see that submission
Okay, understood.
rather than after it goes to CMHC.
Okay,
or
understood.
perhaps in addition to.
So, yeah, so Q2 this year, we're gonna get the whole list anyway. Okay, I'll strike out the second part of it. That staff shall contain a list, blah, blah, blah. And the direction shall just be staff will communicate to council through memo or IPD the content of the forthcoming report. At least one planning and housing committee prior to the submission.
Chair, I would just have a bit of a caveat there. The reason that CMHC is looking for that report to come through in January for them is because they will be looking at the number of permits and the milestone issued again from January 1st until December 31st. It does take time for staff to be able to get the results, particularly, of course, we compile that data as we go along, but it will take some time to get that December data, clean it all up, package it all up, get it all ready for submission. So if what the councillor is seeking, Mr. Chair, is more along what we do with respect to the quarterly reports when we do an economic development update, where we would do these are the milestones to date, but it would not include that last quarter. That might be some of the nuance that you might see. So I don't think that progress report that we would provide 1 month in advance would have the full data that we would be giving to CMHC, because it would not be including anything that any milestones or any permit counts that would have been achieved in that Q4 period of the year before.
Could I prevail on Councillor Lowe to have some discussions with staff over the course of the next few days as we go into City Council, and just sort of work out what kind of reporting you're seeking and get that to offline?
Yeah, I'll do that and come back at council.
Because it doesn't sound like it's a make or break for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so we'll look forward to hearing more about that at the subsequent council meeting. I don't see any hands up. So there are the 4 recommendations associated with the report. Are those carried? Thank you. And thank you very much again to all of our staff.
I'd like to dissent on recommendation 2.
Understood. Recorded. We've got that recorded. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Okay. We still have one more. We have the OP amendments. So colleagues, this is the development review legacy file official plan amendments. Contains a number of amendments to the official plan for a bunch of different properties that you've seen in the staff report. We know that it is the La Marche property that is most likely to be contentious. So what I would like to do with the committee's permission is to confine the staff reporting now to that file. And then to hear from the public delegations who have signed up to speak to it. And then we can carve that out or not from the approval of the overall report. There is also a technical amendment, which I'll ask Vice Chair Gower, I assume, to get on the table now.
Thank you. Whereas the report recommends amending the West Downtown Core Secondary Plan within Volume 2A of the City of Ottawa's official plan to facilitate the development of 2 high-rise buildings comprising 608 residential dwelling units, including 247 affordable housing units at 625 and 665 Albert Street. And whereas the report would add a new policy to subsection 4.1 Albert Corridor Character Area of Section 4, Character Areas of Chapter 4, Pimisi Station and La Breton Flats, District of the West Downtown Core Secondary Plan within Volume 2A Urban Secondary Plans of the City of Ottawa's official plan. And whereas Council did not amend height maximums for 625 Albert Street on November 9th, 2022, Therefore, be it resolved that Planning and Housing Committee amend the report, Development Review Legacy File Official Plan Amendments by replacing the text of Document 3, Details of Recommended Official Plan Amendment, Albert Street, Part B, the amendment clause 2.1A, with the following text, inserting a new policy 9 to the built form policies of subsection 4.1, Albert Corridor Character Area, with wording as follows. In the case of the properties municipally addressed as 665 Albert Street, height maximums are determined by the in-effect zoning as adopted on November 9, 2022, which sets out the minimum building height and maximum number of towers and stories, and therefore be it resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act as amended.
That was excellent. No. But I think you maintain, like there was a level of energy as you were going through that I definitely admire. Well done. So we've got this under Michael. Michael, I think you'll be sending this over to Jerica. I'm not sure. We're in your hands.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. Yes, my name is Michael Boughton, a senior planner with the Development Review East team of planning services. With me today are my colleague Jerica Gilbert and manager Geraldine Wildman. Jerica and I will be taking you through the presentation. That is, if you wish a presentation on the other four sites involved in this report. However, I'm prepared to take you through the 270 Lamarche Avenue application.
I think we've agreed as a committee, we'll just focus the presentation on Lamarche, which is where we have some public delegations. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, would you like me to introduce the whole report subject, or would you prefer that I just go right to the task?
Right to it. Could we just jump into Lamarche, please?
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, if I, oh, there it is on the screen already, 270 Lamarche Avenue. Okay, so yes, 270 Lamarche Avenue, of course, is within the Orleans Village subdivision situated south of Innes Road, east of Chapel Hill South neighborhood, within Ward 19. Applications for draft plan of subdivision approval and zoning amendment were jointly submitted in October 2021. Prior to council's adoption of the new official plan, both applications are still active and under review by the city and have not yet been approved. The reason for that is due to several unresolved site servicing matters and stormwater management issues beyond both the limits of the subject lands and the control of the development proponent. The proposed subdivision covers the entire 5.2 hectare site, which is identified on the screen. Actually, the 5.2 hectare site extends all the way along Innes Road on that image. The outline is the specific subject site that we'll be talking about, but I just want to make it clear that the 5.2 hectare site extends straight up to Innes Road. The development proposes on the site that's identified on the screen 6 and 7 story apartment buildings on just the southern block of the subdivision, as I mentioned on the screen. There is presently no development proposal on the northern blocks other than the plan of subdivision application. At the time the applications were submitted, the previous official plan designated the entire 5.2 hectare site as arterial Main Street. That's a depth of approximately 325 meters from Innes Road. The arterial Main Street policies permitted mid-rise buildings to a maximum height of 9 stories. subject, of course, to conformity with relevant building transition, compatibility, and urban design policies of the official plan. The proposed mid-rise built form conformed with the official plan 2003 policies. With the approval of the new official plan in 2022 and implementing bylaw 2021-386 by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the northern part of the development site, measuring a depth of 220 meters from the center line of Innes Road, was redesignated from arterial Main Street to Main Street corridor. The southern block beyond the 220 meter limit from Innes Road, that is 270 Lamarche Avenue, was redesignated from arterial Main Street to neighborhood. So neighborhood policies, as I'm sure you're aware, restrict development to low-rise built form or 4 stories. The bylaw that implemented the new official plan repealed the old official plan in its entirety. So throughout the review of the applications after the adoption of the new OP, both city staff and the applicants understood that the applications would continue to be reviewed under the previous OP policies, relying upon the principle of procedural fairness accepted in planning law. And that principle generally states that land use planning applications should be evaluated against the law and policy documents in place at the time of the application. However, a later legal opinion received in early 2023 in response to my request for clarity on the question proved otherwise. The explanation given was the previous official plan was repealed in its entirety. Therefore, city staff cannot continue to apply OP policies that no longer exist. So, were it not for the appeal of the old official plan and the unexpected legal consequences of it, planning staff were prepared to support the proposed mid-rise built form on the southern block, since it conformed with those policies, those previous policies. Unfortunately, had it been explicitly communicated and understood prior to the adoption of the new OP by council or prior to the passing of the implementing bylaw by the ministry that the principle of procedural fairness would not apply, then the necessary steps would have been taken in 2022 by development review and policy staff to ensure the applicable land use policies of the previous OP 2003 were entrenched in the new official plan for this particular development site. Now, that's all I have to present on the issue of the official plan amendment. We have some additional slides in case they are relevant during the delegations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a number of public delegations. Miguel and Paul, did you want to go at the end? I know in past you've asked to go last so that you can address things. Oh, yeah. Okay. So in that case, we're going to move to Giselle Doyle as our first public delegation. And of course, there'll be an opportunity to ask for questions to staff after the delegations.
Sorry about that. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. You'll hear from hi. You will hear from many Chapel Hill South community residents about this development, and all of them have valid points, which have been expressed from the beginning, particularly the request to allow 6 to 7 stories abutting single-family homes. However, I would like to point out to the loss of affordable rental housing item, which was tabled earlier. Since 2015, Orleans Independent Living Advocate Network has been actively searching for inclusive affordable units in Orleans, where our loved ones with intellectual or developmental disabilities can live close to family and supports. Why is such a large development allowed to ask for any leverage to increase density without inclusive affordable units? We ask that you don't ignore our loved ones should you decide to agree to any request for this development unless inclusive affordable units are made available. Please note that the people we represent are all on the city housing registry under having an intellectual or developmental disabilities, which DSO has provided a checklist for that. So developers can go directly to that list to help our loved ones. Thank you. That's all for now.
Giselle, thank you very much. I don't see any questions from members for you. So we're going to move on to Susan Davies, who will be followed by Linda Kinglin. And Susan, I think you are a part of this meeting now.
Excuse me.
It sounds, Susan, like you may need to unmute your microphone.
Hi.
Oh, here we are.
Yeah.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, my name is Susan Davies. I'm a resident of Orleans for many, many years. And I'd like to start to say thanking the planning department, particularly Michael Boughton, and my former my counselor, Laura Dudas, and the current counselor, Catherine Kitts, for all the work they've done. First, I have 5 sections just here. I'm going to actually put what is wanted up front, and that's fine, but these are the 5 sections. I did submit some rather jumbly points, but I'm going to streamline it right now. What is wanted? What we want is suburban intensification that is gradual and evolving and respects the character of neighborhoods. This was a very important point that was raised by community associations during the development of the official plan. We need to respect neighborhoods, which is why it became a policy section in the official plan. The other thing we want is we want to ensure that the relevant policies and sub-policies that reflect this neighborhood continue to exist. We want to reach agreement on what is the building height for 270 Lamarche. We want to, in the main, we want to maintain the neighborhood low-rise 4-story building height policy. Why? Because that provides a transition from the surrounding 2-story neighborhood character and gives a transition element into phase 2 and 3 of the subdivision's main street phases, the phases that go all the way up to the Main Street corridor on Innis. So it's a natural transition from 2 to 4 to higher allowed on Main Street. What we would like to see is applicable zoning that is residential in nature. This is a residential neighborhood. So let's make the zoning residential as opposed to something that's more reflects arterial Main Street or some other. It has 3 apartment buildings. What is known? We recognize that the provincial and federal governments have had a major impact on the official plan as well as development planning. We also recognize that more homes built faster and the Planning Act and other measures have introduced really significant pressures, processes, and also funding opportunities, and new layers of complexities, as well as penalties and clawbacks of funding. Just the prior discussion. What else is known? Since the first set of development applications were filed by the developer in 2019, the site plan has not conformed to the surrounding neighborhood, nor has it provided adequate transition. The future phases of the Lamarche subdivision must conform with the Main Street corridor policies further to the north, on particularly building height. But the area we're talking about is neighborhood. It's not Main Street. The Lamarche OPA seeks mid-rise buildings. However, the applicable neighborhood policy only allows low-rise no more than four stories. Why are we throwing out the brand new official plan when we could move ahead using the new policies? The subdivision and Lamarche 270 is completely surrounded by low-rise, mostly two-story neighborhoods, as well as some recently approved and planned subdivisions. 270 Lamarche, importantly, has rental apartments, desperately needed. It's also situated on a local street. It's not situated on Innes Road. It's a brand new local street that will be built. Any increase from low-rise to mid-rise, we know has to have a zoning bylaw amendment and also change the DR zone to an applicable residential zone. The other thing, as noted by Michael earlier, was that this OPA was not integrated into the very comprehensive multi-year community and industry-based process of the new official plan policies. The other thing, just to say for the record, is the developer's previous subdivision zoning bylaw amendment was refused by Planning Committee and City Council in 2020, and his appeal to LPAT, the OLT, was dismissed in January 2021. What is understood?
Susan, I'm sorry, I have to cut you out there. You are out of time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, by a little bit. Do members have questions? There are no members from, no questions from members. So we appreciate your intervention and delegation today. I know I've read the materials that you sent, and I have to assume that my colleagues have as well. So we'll move on to Linda King-Lin. I apologize if I've mispronounced that.
Can you hear me?
We can, Linda. Welcome to Planning and Housing Committee meeting. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you very much. I tried to turn on the video, but somehow I couldn't. But yeah, we can. All right, let's try again. Yeah, but that's okay. I will start. Same as Susan, I'm here to talk about 270 Lamarche Avenue. Thank you for letting me to speak. My name is Linda Quinling. So next slide, please. So I want to show you here, Argonaut Circle is highlighted in yellow, is where I live. So that's a street abutting the subject side, 270 Lamarche Avenue. Down below, the subdivision was developed by Kyvan, and the subdivision east of Kyvan are being developed by Glenview. And note that all of these homes are two-story townhomes and single homes, and some of them are one-story bungalows. For the past few years, I've been talking to my neighbors on the street. I've been talking to many people in the community. So I believe I can speak on behalf of most of them regarding what we want in the development of the subject site, 270 Lamarche Avenue. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's our position on this official plan amendment? No, we do not support the proposed OPA to allow 7 stories at 270 Lamarche Avenue. And we support the city's 2022 official plan that designates 270 Lamarche Avenue as suburban neighborhood with max building height of 4 stories. So I will tell you why. Next slide, please. I'm showing you here the map of Orleans surrounding Innis Road. If you ever drive along Innis Road from Orleans Boulevard to Trim, you will notice 2 buildings that stand out. One at the corner of Innis and Trim, that's a retirement residence. And the other one is a commercial building close to 10th line. Both of them are 6 stories tall, and they are the tallest buildings on Innis Road. So from the whole stretch of Innis, from Orleans Boulevard to Trim, that's all you see, 6 stories max, right? Now, if I'm focusing on the stretch of Innis Road near 270 Lamarche Avenue, there are 2 development applications that have been submitted to the city. One is located at the northwest corner of Innis and Paget, 3443 Innis Road. Right, the plan for that one is to construct a 6-story mixed-use building. The other application is situated east of Lamarche, on the northern side of Innis Road, west of Frank Bender, and that plans to construct 2 4-story apartment buildings at 38, 17, 35, and 43 Innis. So in summary, is that all existing buildings and submitted applications on Innis Road thus far are capped at a maximum of 6 stories in height. All right, next slide, please. So focusing on the 270 Lamarche Avenue, zooming into this location, right across the street is the Kyvan Phase 4 subdivision, as I highlighted in the slide. So it's going to build 175 2-story residential homes. Those are all 2 stories with a very small block fronting Innis Road, reserved for future mixed use. And from the map, you will conclude that the subject site 270 Lamarche Avenue is currently surrounded by 2-story residential homes. Kyvan's Phase 4, which consists of 2-story homes, will further expand the low-rise surroundings. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now we are aware that both the province and the city are pushing for suburban intensification and building more housing units, especially for rental. And yes, we are fully on board with it. We support it. We support suburban intensification projects that are gradual, evolving over time, and respects the character of our community. So the 2022 official plan lists out 3 key policies to help Orleans achieve its goal of gradual, evolving suburban intensification. So these policies are Main Street Corridor, evolving neighborhood overlay, and suburban neighborhood. According to the policies, Innis Road is designated as Main Street Corridor with a depth of 220 meters from its center line. Furthermore, the evolving neighborhood overlay policy shows areas within 150 meters of Innis Road center line to achieve higher density and optimize land use. So therefore, within the 220-meter boundary along Innis Road, Le Pin's Phase 2 and 3 development will provide sufficient abundance of rental units, significantly contributing to Orleans' intensification goal, right? But the subject site, 270 Lamarche Avenue, is outside the 220-meter boundary of Innis Road, surrounded by 2-story residence homes, as we just seen before, right? And the 2022 official plan designate as suburban neighborhoods, permitting low-rise 3 stories at maximum 4-story buildings.
Linda,
This designation,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Linda, it's Councilor Leeper. You've run out of time, I'm afraid. Do you have a single sentence you can wrap up with?
Okay, I wrap up with this. So we strongly urge the city's planning and housing committee members and councilors to please thoroughly consider our concerns, right? Uphold the 2022 official plan, maintain the suburban neighborhood designation for 270 Lamarche Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for jumping in there. Do any members of the committee have any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your presentation today. We're going to move on to Brian McAuliffe, who is not on the call. So we'll move down to Denise Frigon.
Yes, Brian is supposed to do a presentation, but I'll do mine now if you don't want, if you agree.
Thanks. Yeah, we don't have Brian.
Yeah, we're trying to reach him. He was supposed to do one, but he's waited so long and he's at work. But here I am. My name is Denise Frigon, representing the Orleans Village and Area Community Group. So we don't oppose the Lépine projects and agree with phase one proposal at 270 La Marche. However, we do not approve of buildings of heights of 6 and 7 story, which are excessive, not a proper fit, and out of character with its surroundings of residential low-rise dwellings. Instead, we would propose heights of 4 or 5 that belong to the neighborhood designation of the suburban transect of Orleans. Also, we do not support to allow the 7-story exception and for an eventual ZBLA application to follow, but we are in agreement with the current OP policies of neighborhood and suburban transit. Location. As per 2022 OP policy documents, the neighborhood designation needs to remain in place for the land at 270 La Marche, and also with the condition that the appropriate zoning other than arterial Main Street can be appropriate for phase 1 buildings. We don't agree with the AM zoning for the next step forward to approve phase 1, as there are many other options available under the new OP to obtain desirable height and density acceptable for all parties involved. Presently, there is no buildings higher than 6 stories at the frontage of Innis all the way to the 10th line Main Street corridor, whereas Lépine proposal at 6-7 is located on neighborhoods designated land surrounded by low-rise residential dwellings away from the corridor. With La Marche as a major corridor road, we need to confirm that it does not hold the same road classification as Innis Road frontage Main Street corridor. So I'm going to move on to the height, density, and transition section. Specifically to the location of 270 La Marche phase 1 apartment complex, we must admit that the 2021 proposal is not substantially different from the 2019 proposal in terms of height and density. The end result for former block 115, now 270 La Marche phase 1 apartment buildings might have been the same, especially with the suggestions of transitioning to lower heights of buildings once behind the Argonaut and Paget homes. For the 2021 proposal, there's hardly any change being made that could appease the residents that will be invaded by the magnitude of the apartment complex, not counting the adverse effects expressed by the residents at the time. We are aware that phase 1 apartment complex, as it stands, now has an inadequate transition in distance and density to adjacent residential neighborhoods. Buildings are too close to the perimeter adjacent to low-rise dwellings and tower over the residential homes. With balconies overlooking backyards, there is no tree or landscape that could achieve privacy for the Argonaut and Paget homes. So OVAG's recommendation would be to keep the design of buildings of ABC with the same build form, same footprint, but request the height of the buildings to be brought down to 4 or 5. There may be a possibility to remove commercial space on first floor and use this space more efficiently to include more apartments to maintain density sought by developer. For 2021 Lépine proposal, how soon can we forget that the petition that was signed with hundreds of residents sending their emails, letters to the city The petition clearly stated that residents wanted the apartment complex to be no higher than 4 stories. I have to end with all the resources dedicated with time and money, both on the 2019-2021 Lepine development applications, then adding to the agony of the appeal to the province, including the residents' involvement in helping the community. And neighbor, we agree that the approval of Lepine projects need to take place and need to be behind us. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Denise, for the presentation. Very clear. Do any members have questions? I don't see any. So we'll come back to the final delegation, in this case, on behalf of the applicant by Miguel Champlain.
I'll go very quickly through my slides. Mr. Boughton was very fulsome in his overview. Thank you. Miguel Champlain, I'm a partner at Fotan Planning and Design. I'm here on behalf of Groupe Lepine. Given that this is a staff-initiated omnibus OPA, I'm simply here to voice our support for the changes in the document. I can speak to 2 items, the first one being timing and process, and the second one being appropriateness of the building heights. Maybe first slide, please. Revisiting some of Michael's original comments, we submitted the application in 2021 squarely in the former official plan. That official plan assigned the arterial Main Street designation to a depth of 400 meters. As you can see here, well after that in November 2022, the new OP revised the designation to a depth of 220 meters. The previous OP supported heights as of right of 9 stories. The Lepine proposal that was subject to an OLT hearing recommended 9 stories in the rear of the property. And then if you recall, a 16 and a 12-story building. The new OP now would support substantially greater heights along Innes Road in that first 220 meters. But as a result, the height is now 4 stories. I don't think that change was deliberate. I think it was unintentional, at least for this property. And had we fully appreciated along with staff that the clergy principle would not apply, we would have taken steps at that time to protect for the building heights that were being proposed. With respect to some of the comments, the original application was to rezone the entirety of the lands to arterial Main Street because of that depth. We are prepared to work with staff and rezone the rear portion of the property, the area that's subject to the omnibus OPA, to a residential zone if that provides some additional comfort. And actually, I think we're going to have to because the designation doesn't apply. So I think we'd have to rethink that approach, but with the same zone provisions. If you want to go to the next slide, please. But really, this is an issue of timing. We would have been well ahead of any discussion of clergy or applicability of the new OP had we not been tied up with the constraint of an offsite stormwater pond to be designed and constructed by the city. Had it not been the case and we controlled our own destiny, we would have been to committee sometime in 2022, squarely under the previous policies. My second point is related to transition. We are not relying on the issue of timing to rationalize whether the heights are appropriate in the last 100 meters. That's context, certainly, and why we are here. But I am telling the committee that the heights that we're proposing here are appropriate. We are talking about 6 and 7-story buildings. The southernmost building, which is actually the westernmost building on the graphic here, is proposed at 6 stories, whereas the other 2 buildings are 7 stories, and they benefit from considerable staggering of building heights and a gradual progression of those heights away from those residential communities. The reason the 6-story building is there is because some of the homes on Paget are older. It's one of the older streets in Orleans. But both buildings A and C are oriented short side to the townhouses, the rear, to minimize any impacts. And if you want to go maybe to the next slide, if I think it's the next slide. So what we've done, even though these are, the red line is the building envelopes that would be permitted in the AM zone had it been applied squarely to the property. We are respecting all of those staggers. Those staggers are already built into the AM. They have certain provisions. You have a rear yard setback of 7.5, and then you start to stagger building heights as you move away from the low-rise residential. So all of those staggerings have been protected, and the heights that are being proposed are 7 and 6 stories rather than 9, which was what was anticipated previously. But mind you, as part of this most recent application, it was never actually submitted as a 9 stories. It was always 6 and 7 for this portion of the property. So maybe in one last image along La Marche, we recognize that La Marche is not the arterial, and that's where the greater heights will be located potentially. But this shows that gradual staggering of building heights away from the low rise. So my message to committee is, yes, we got caught in a timing issue, but more importantly, what's being protected for in this staff initiated omnibus OPA is a reasonable transition to abutting low rise communities. I'll leave my comments to that.
1-0. Right on time. Thank you. So do any members have questions for the delegation? Councillor Kitts?
Hi, thank you, Chair. So just to be clear what you said about rezoning the back portion to neighborhood, that would be to preserve the setbacks, correct? You're looking for that 7-story height, but providing that designation would, you said, to provide comfort to the community.
Not exactly, in that the zoning details would be identical, but the way the intent of the zoning bylaw reads is the AM zone is to be applied to properties that are designated AM. The rear portion isn't designated AM, so I think the proper approach, we can figure that out with staff, would be to rezone. Well, actually the front portion is not being rezoned. It's really just this back lot. I think we would probably rezone it R4 or something along those lines, or R5. And the setbacks that are being proposed would be the same, whether it's AM or R4, R5. Short answer is I don't really care what we end up with, as long as we end up with a zoning that reflects the proposal as designed right now. And the reason I bring that up is that one of the delegations took offense to the idea of rezoning the back of the lot to AM if it's no longer AM. I agree with her.
Okay. But nothing else would change in terms of, okay.
Would stay the same, just, is it an R5, R4, R5? I think it'd probably end up being an R5 and, well,
R5 with permissible heights of 7 stories.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't see any other questions. I am wondering what the potential is, because obviously the new OP is much more restrictive, with respect to development permissions than what was there. In the bigger, broader context, how many more sites are contiguous to Innis that go back this kind of depth? Do you have any notion of what the broader context might be and what we might be opening the door to if we permit this?
Not sure I fully understand the question.
So at this distance from Innis Road, the new official plan would appear, if I'm understanding this correctly, to have restricted development rights to lower heights compared to what the previous official plan was. What kind of, and I hate to say precedent, but where do these other contexts exist?
So there are larger shopping centers,
Yeah.
Trinity, things like that, that are probably in the, I'm going to say 300 to 400 meter range. where the Lowe's is, the cinema, things like that. So some of those properties, but however, if those applications were to be submitted today, would be fully subject to the direction of the new OP. So despite the fact that they would be contiguous, I would imagine the city would take the position that the corridor designation only applies to the first 220, but I'll leave that to staff. The difference here is actually back to the first point where there is an issue of timing. And I'm not interested in disregarding the issue of timing in that we did have active applications under the previous OP. And the only reason we're here is because the city hasn't built the storm pond. That's not to be overly critical, but that's why we're here.
That's where I'm struggling. Because the intent of the new OP and some of those commercial lots would be, if those were to go mixed use down the road, would be to constrain the heights as you get closer into the low-rise residential area. And I'm concerned about approving this one when that context is going to become a part of Innes Road moving forward. But you have also, there's a timing issue with respect and the stormwater time it was taken to get that done, in addition to the unexpected answer back that clergy doesn't apply, make this one problematic for me.
Yeah, I think this one is rooted in a different context, timing context. I don't think you're asking me whether the 220 meters is the right distance, but I will offer my opinion anyways. And then I just told you that most of the commercial shopping centers along corridors are in the 300 to 400 range. I'm not sure why the city selected 220 if you were actually trying to get intensification along these corridors.
Yeah. So in future, we would anticipate OPAs to bring that height further back.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions. Sorry, did any other members have questions? No. Thank you very much. So we'll open it up to questions of staff. Oh, Paul is here to speak to Montreal Road, I believe. Sorry, I'm just being pointed out. Yeah, if the committee is prepared to carry that one, I assume that Paul doesn't need to speak. So
yeah, that's it, Mr. Chair. I'm here for 315 Chapel and Old Montreal Road, but if there's no questions or comments on those, I'm happy to stay quiet. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually a question about LaMarche. Is this the appropriate time for me to ask city staff about that?
Now is exactly the right time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there is extensive history to this particular site, and I wanted to ask Michael about that for some clarity. So many years ago, this applicant had proposed a much more dense, much more high development for this exact location. Once again, staff had been working with the applicant. What happened was that the applicant determined that based on the conversations with staff, I don't want to go into it too much. Michael can elaborate if he wishes, but there's no need. They took the city to what was then LPAT. And at LPAT, the decision was not in the applicant's favor. It was to determine that project would not proceed based on their interpretation of it. And now we are seeing a different version of the application. So I wanted to ask Michael, so based on what is before us today, and I have seen it, I've compared it, but I'd like to have a more expertised, experienced understanding of this. How is this application different from last time? But also, too, if committee and then council were to vote against what is before us today, based on the fact that last time staff had not approved what the application was proposing, but now you are, what does that mean if the applicant were to take us to what is now the OLT?
Mr. Chair, I'll take the second one because it is an easy answer. This is a staff initiated amendment. There is no appeal right to the OLT.
Mr. Chair, yes, I remember that application very well. It took about 2.5 years off my life. We brought forward a zoning bylaw. Well, the applicant appealed to the LPAT at that time on the municipality's failure to make a decision within a timely manner. Staff subsequently brought forward a planning report recommending refusal of that 2019 site, or it was a zoning bylaw amendment application supported by some visuals, a preliminary site plan. That site plan, I should be careful not to be too damning, but it was a huge development. It was I use the words monolithic development consisting of 7, 9 to 12 to 16-story apartment buildings on the same 5.2 hectare site. The entire site was raised from the grade by 1 story, and on top of that 1 story was an open central concourse or open space. So these 7 buildings essentially were aligned around the perimeter of that site. It was set back, if I recall, about 20 meters from the lot lines along Paget Road, and so the south and west lot lines abutting the existing low rise. Staff's position was that it was incompatible with the area. It was out of scale, and therefore we recommended it be refused. The zoning that was being proposed at that time was to permit up to 16-story apartment buildings or apartment building. There was only 1 16-story apartment building, 2 12, and the rest were 9 stories around the perimeter. So council approved that report. It was refused, and we took it to LPAT, where we went through that hearing, and the upshot of the hearing was that LPAT dismissed the appeal. I don't want to say entirely, because I think there were 1 or 2 procedural matters, legal matters that that the applicant was given credit for. I'm very conscious about Mr. Mark and my description of things, but from the planning context, it was refused by or dismissed by the LPAT. So in answer to Councillor Dudas's question, what has changed? Well, what changed? And before I say that, during the LPAT hearing, unfortunately, I had to concede that the arterial Main Street designation did indeed extend to the entire depth of the lot, to the yards of the townhouses. Prior to that, I was taking the position that it only extended to the depth of the natural lot. There are 2 lots that form the 5.2 hectares. On a legal interpretation of the official plan policies for arterial Main Street, the interpretation given was, yes, there is room in that interpretation to extend the arterial Main Street policies the entire depth of the lot. So that was annoying to me, but I accepted that. And so after the LPAT hearing, about 6 or 8 months later, the applicant came back with their current suite of applications. The plan of subdivision, which is what we were asking for the first time round, a plan of subdivision with blocks and a public street. We wanted the development down on the ground, not 1 story up, which is what we received. And it was supported by a zoning bylaw amendment as well. More tasteful, with only the southern part of the site being proposed at this time for zoning and site plan. The balance of this subdivision to the north, we're not dealing with at this time because the applicant does not know what his plans are for that part of the site that is now designated Main Street corridor, which, as Mr. Tremblay just mentioned, allows considerably more density under the new official plan. So where was I going? So the site plan that came forward consisted of, instead of where there were 9-story walls of apartment buildings, there is now 3 6- and 7-story apartment buildings broken up into 3. They're smaller apartment buildings on the same amount of land. They are set back not 20 meters, but they are set back 9 meters from the rear lot line. But as we saw in the visual, what I needed to see was appropriate transition and step backs from the rear yards of the low-rise building. The applicant and the proponents were prepared to demonstrate that to us. They illustrated that to us to a point where I was prepared to accept that. Again, remembering that we were talking about land designated arterial Main Street at that time. So 5-, 6-, and 7-story buildings were under consideration at that time. So the 2019 proposal looked quite different. Yes, we're talking about mid-rise apartment buildings still, but I think this proposal is more tasteful, more respectful, more compatible with the adjacent low-rise development, in that it is appropriately set back and stepped back from the rear yards of the southern lot line, the Argonaut Circle properties. The building on the west side, it'd be better if we had a site plan in front of us, but the building on the west lot line is 6 stories straight up, but it is set back 20 meters from the rear yards of the Paget properties. I felt that was appropriate. That still met the standard setbacks of appropriate step backs and setbacks already in the AM zone. At that time, we were considering the AM zone. So that's the difference between the two in my mind. So there is the current proposal before us. Building A is set back 20 meters from the west lot line, which is along the bottom of the page. And the setback from the south lot line, the one with the trees along it and the rear yard, the townhouses, that is, it doesn't really show very well, but it's a 9-meter setback. And then, as we saw in the cross section, it is set back and stepped back to the height of 6 and 7 stories further away. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take this opportunity to agree that up until this point, we were dealing with a proposed zoning bylaw amendment of arterial Main Street, AM, in the zoning bylaw. Obviously, the land is now designated neighborhood. I've come to terms with that. So that means we are no longer going to be considering an AM zone. It will be an R5 zone. The performance standards of that zone are yet to be determined. We have not even discussed, I haven't even discussed it with the applicant at this point. We've been focusing on this particular issue for the last several months.
Thank you, Michael, for your response. And I think, like, my understanding was it was necessary for us to hear that background because, as you know, while this is a different proposal in front of us. But as you said, you've come to terms with what is before us today. But we've heard from many residents, and there should be an understanding as to why others have not come to terms. There's a long history here. There has been a lot of not so great interactions over the course of time with this particular application. So I do appreciate that. And I think that that's why I've been listening to the delegations. I do have concerns of my own, but I wanted to say that Councillor Kitts has been doing a phenomenal job of trying to address those concerns and trying to take in this new proposal, which has been something she's inherited with the ward boundary changes. So I will pass it to Councillor Kitts if she wishes to speak, but I did want to have that kind of history on the record so that everyone around this table understands where we've come from and what we're looking at today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Are there any further questions of staff? Do you want to record the vote? Sorry. Oh, you have a comment, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Truthfully, I've been uncomfortable with this OPA since I was first made aware of it. I think staff and the residents I've spoken to know how I feel. It's an odd situation, and I can see it from both perspectives. This omnibus is really meant to be a housekeeping item, but in this case, because the file has such a long controversial history, if there hadn't been unexpected delays, it would have been considered under the old OP. And under the old OP, as you heard, 9 stories would have been permitted here. And I think it's important to note that in response to community feedback, when staff was considering the proposal under the old OP, they did negotiate stepping it up to 7 stories. Those setbacks that you saw, the tree screening, that was all in response to community feedback. But given the timing, and it's in front of us now, I do appreciate the community's perspective that our new official plan is limiting heights in this location under the neighborhood designation. And if residents are feeling like the new OP righted a wrong, that the entire parcel should be treated like it has frontage on Innis, I think that's a fair point, and I think it makes this exemption hard to accept. So I did meet with some of the delegates to explain how we got here. While I think there's the rationale for bringing this forward makes sense from a planning process and a legal process, because even if, the city OPA doesn't have appeal rights, it's to be sure that Lapine would bring an OPA forward. And I don't think our chances at the OLT would be favorable. From a community perspective, I don't think it's sitting well. Sorry, do you comment? No. And I do want to thank Michael, Jerica, Geraldine, Royce, Carol. There's been a lot of staff engaged in this and to answer questions from the community, and Councillor Dudas, who you heard, pass the baton to me on this file. And if it does get approved today, I want to highlight something positive for the community. Lapine has agreed to front end the signalization of the intersection at Innis and Lamarche with construction planned for this year. For anyone who lives in that area, they know that a controlled intersection is badly needed. You have folks exiting Lamarche. If you want to turn left, you have to cross 3 lanes of very intense traffic on Innis at present. And before you ask, no, there is no transit that comes down Lamarche. And despite that, without the front ending offer, signalization construction wouldn't happen for another couple years. And I have no doubt that if the timeline of their project gets delayed, that construction might get pushed out further. So I realize that that might be cold comfort to those who are directly impacted by the development. But I think given the history here with the original proposal and how that played out, it set the relationship with the community off on the wrong foot. We know that there's going to be future phases here with this development. And so my hope is that going forward, we can work together to achieve the best result possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. There are no further questions or comments. Why don't we have a recorded vote on this one?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
Yes.
Chair Leeper,
Yes.
and just checking, Councillor Giroux is on. 7 yeas, 5 nays.
All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. And thank you very much, staff, on that. Obviously, a problematic file, and I appreciate the transparency with which you've come to the committee as well. So thank you. So we're almost done, folks. Yeah, I'll get to that. Yeah, you're. We have two. Oh shit. Oh shoot. I'm sorry, we were focusing on LaMarche there. Is the remainder of the report carried? Thank you. I said sheet. Worst chair ever. We had two information previously distributed on the agenda. Both of those, I assume, are received. There is a notice of motion from Councillor Plant, which is being made by Councillor Gower on her behalf, as she is not a member of this committee. Is Councillor Plant, does she want to make that?
Oui, je suis là.
Est-ce que tu veux lire le motion?
Seulement si je peux le lire avec toi, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, alors Councillor Gower peut read it.
Thank you.
Okay. Whereas highlighted in the loss of affordable rental housing report received by the Planning and Housing Committee today, the City of Ottawa is losing 31 affordable housing units for every affordable housing unit being built. And whereas the federal government is expected to announce within the upcoming federal budget a national acquisition fund to assist in housing affordability, and whereas the City of Ottawa in 2021 approved its first long-range financial plan for affordable housing to plan and leverage any provincial and federal funds and stack suitable funds and grants from other levels of government or through partnerships with City of Ottawa funds toward the building or acquisition of affordable housing. Whereas staff in community and social services working with staff in finance and corporate services is currently refreshing the LRFP for council consideration and approval in Q2 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that the Planning and Housing Committee recommend council direct staff to assess the merits of a City of Ottawa acquisition preservation fund and/or strategy inclusive of a fund dedicated to acquiring affordable housing and/or land that would be acquired, preserved for building affordable housing. Evaluate the merits of such a fund and/or strategy similar to the City of Toronto's multi-residential acquisition fund and the City of Hamilton's affordable housing funding program, and report back to the appropriate standing committee of council within the findings of this assessment.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Plant. So we'll deal with that in 2 weeks. I'm sure there'll be a number of discussions as well. I do want to note that that motion could potentially come to FinCo with budget implications. It could potentially come to community and community services.
Right.
And I'm also happy to have that here at the Planning and Housing Committee. So we'll have that discussion in a couple of weeks.
Merci.
Merci. Oh my goodness. You folks remember that compelling technical motion that Councillor Gower brought with respect to, or Vice Chair Gower brought with respect to 625 Albert Street? Was that carried? Carried, thank you. Sorry? But we already carried it. Yeah, it was, so it's the entire report now carried as amended with that clearer understanding that the report was amended through that really gripping technical motion. Let's get this over with before it goes completely unrailed. People were already there. Councillor Troster, did you have any inquiries today?
I do, Chair Leeper. One of the consistent themes I've been hearing at Planning and Housing Committee is concern from residents that adding density will damage their property values. As we anticipate the new zoning bylaw, it would be useful to have some facts and data in hand to better understand what the relationship actually is. Could staff clarify the relationship between property value and additional density in historically single-family communities? As well, could staff clarify some of the potential ancillary benefits and drawbacks of greater density in historically single-family neighborhoods, drawing from existing case studies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there is any other business today. We are adjourned until our next meeting, Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. Thank you very much, colleagues.